Committee members present, we'll go ahead and open the meeting on House Bill 220, Study Committee to Study Medical Interventions and Immunizations. I ask you all to rise as we say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I lost Senator Bradley. There we go. All right. So we'll again open up the meeting. This is a public input session. I'm hoping we'll have good conversation, good dialogue, questions and answers as we go on. The one thing I will say, there are three important words: civility, respect, and conciseness. I'd ask you to be civil in your speaking. Speak to the policies and not the people involved in the policies. Be respectful of all the different opinions in the room, and no shouting anybody down. Let them have their say, just like you want your say. And lastly, be concise. Everyone's time is important. Let's not repeat information over and over again if we don't have to. We're interested, the committee's interested in hearing your input on this. We may ask you some questions if you're willing to take questions, and you may ask a question of the committee if you'd like, and we'll see if anybody here wants to answer it. There'll be some things we may or may not be able to answer, but if you have a question, we'll try to answer it. That being said, everybody understand how we're going to move ahead? Great. So I'll call our first public speaker, Andrew Manus. And I'd like it, if we can, try to keep all the conversation down around 5-minute mark, if we can. If it goes a little longer, that's fine. But let's, again, be respectful of everyone's time and letting everybody speak. Go ahead, Andrew. Just give your name and your city you live in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Manus. I'm a resident of Derry, New Hampshire. I'm also the chairman of Rebuild New Hampshire, Reopen New Hampshire. But today I am actually here representing First Fruits Ministries. I'm the pastor of that organization, and I'd like to speak to the Bible relative to vaccination. So our bodies belong to God. This is supported by Scripture. It says in Psalm 103, "Know that the Lord is God. It is He who made us, and we are His. We are His people, the sheep of His pasture." Ezekiel 18:4, "Behold, all souls are mine. The soul of the Father as well as the soul of the Son is mine, and the soul of the soul who sins shall die." And then 1 Corinthians 6:19 through 20, "Or do you not know that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit who is in you, whom you have from God, and you are not your own, for you were bought at a price. Therefore glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's." And then 1 Corinthians 3:16 through 17 explains the punishment for defiling the body. "Do you not know that you are the temple of God and that the Spirit of God dwells in you? If anyone defiles the temple of God, God will destroy him. For the temple of God is holy, which temple you are." God thus commands us to guard our bodies against defilement. Knowingly allowing our bodies to be defiled brings complete eternal destruction. Leviticus 11:17-14, Deuteronomy 14, Acts 15:19 through 20, 1 Corinthians 10:18 through 22 define what defiles the temple body when it is consumed or injected into the body. Jeremiah 1:5, Psalm 139:13 through 16, Isaiah 44:24 define the sanctity of human life from conception. And Exodus 21:22 through 25, among other verses, identify punishment for harming a child in the womb. The COVID-19 vaccine in particular includes known substances that are potentially harmful, unclean, or defiled. While we don't know all of the COVID-19 vaccine's proprietary ingredients, we do know that these vaccines include lipid nanoparticles that can pass through the blood-brain barrier and polyethylene glycol, a known allergen. We also know that all available vaccines were developed and/or tested using aborted fetal tissue. Any vaccine that is designed, developed, tested, and/or produced using aborted fetal cell lines defiles the temple of God and is biblically forbidden. And that goes for all vaccines, not just the COVID-19 vaccine. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine advertises use of aborted fetal tissues on its website. The Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna vaccines, which use man-made mRNA technology, inject synthetic-like virus objects that operate by deceiving our God-given immune system via synthetic lipid nanoparticles that block the body's natural defenses. Just in its mechanics, this technology fundamentally rebels against God by first deceiving and then hijacking God's creation in favor of man's creation, thereby defiling God's creation through idolatry. And then we look at Romans 13, which outlines government authority. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil comes to mind in Isaiah 5:20. So the passage in Romans 13 says that government is under God's minister to do good, which means that government authority is under God's authority only when it does good. What if instead, however, the government calls evil good and good evil? What if it becomes an avenger to execute wrath on those who practice good instead of on those who practice evil? I think I've established fully that to do good means to obey the commandments of God and to protect the sanctity of our bodies. So thus, not injecting our bodies with something that defiles it amounts to good. And if the government is being used to force people to violate that precept, the government is now rewarding evil and punishing good. Since our bodies belong to God and what we put in them is directed by His law, government does not have the purview or authority to force individuals to inject themselves with a substance of any kind for any reason. Whether or not the vaccines have unclean substances is besides the point, but it certainly helps solidify an argument to obey God rather than man. Now, federal law, Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, prohibits discrimination in hiring, promotion, discharge, pay, fringe benefits, job training, classification, referral, and other aspects of employment based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. So the message today is that I'm asking you folks in the legislature to stand up and help defend the law by rewarding good. And what that means is protecting the law under Title VII, protecting people's religious right to object to vaccination of any kind at any point in their life, whether they're an infant all the way till them being infirm in a assisted living facility. Everyone who is a citizen of this state deserves to have their life protected and the sanctity of their body protected, and it is the government's job to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you willing to take questions?
Sure.
Anybody from the committee have a question for Andrew? Seeing none. You're all set, Andrew. Thank you. So I apologize. One of the things I usually do when I start this is to read off. We have 32 bills that have been filed in the State House this session relative to either on four topics: COVID, masking, mandates, vaccination. So I meant to run through a list so everyone understands what the bills are that are currently pending, so you have an idea of what's happening already in the State House relative to these topics. So bear with me. I'm just going to read the title of each of the 32 bills. Relative to requiring COVID-19 vaccinations for school attendance, requiring the Hampshire Attorney General to impanel a COVID-19 grand jury to investigate the events related to the COVID-19 pandemic, relative to state grants for researching the effects on the human body of COVID-19 vaccines, requiring post-secondary institutions to accept religious or medical exemptions from vaccine requirements, requiring an audit of the New Hampshire Vaccine Association, making the state vaccine registry an opt-in program, relative to the exemptions from vaccine mandates, relative to the exemptions from school vaccine mandates, relative to students attending public schools that mandate the wearing of face masks without an emergency order in place, limiting the authority of the Department of Health and Human Services to mandate vaccinations and relative to the quarantine costs, relative to the state enforcement of federal vaccine mandates, relative to the medical mandates adopted by employers, relative to employee protections from COVID-19 in the workplace, prohibiting the state and local governments from adopting certain mandates in response to COVID-19, and to prohibit employers and places of public accommodations from discriminating on the basis of vaccination status, relative to the procedure for withdrawal from the vaccine registry, requiring the Department of Health and Human Services to maintain certain records relative to vaccine registry, expanding the prohibition against discrimination based on employee election not to participate in the state vaccine registry, prohibiting the Department of Health and Human Services from requiring vaccine passports for services, prohibiting higher education institutions receiving state funds from requiring face masks and COVID-19 vaccinations for attendance, proclaiming the first Monday of March as COVID-19 Victims and Survivors Day, relative to the limited liability for personal injury resulting from or related to the exposure of COVID-19, relative to the unemployment benefits for employees terminated for refusal to comply with a vaccine mandate, relative to the unenforceability of non-compete agreements upon termination of an employee for non-compliance with the vaccine mandate, relative to vaccine mandates for government contractors, relative to financial responsibility for employers mandating COVID-19 testing for employees, prohibiting a school district from mandating COVID-19 vaccination for school attendance, prohibiting certain employers from requiring COVID-19 vaccinations as a condition of employment, relative to the eligibility of workers' compensation for adverse reactions to a mandatory COVID-19 vaccination, requiring full FDA approval of vaccines, relative to COVID-19 health and safety policies at New Hampshire performing arts venues, relative to school district policies on facial masks of students in schools, and lastly, requiring independent audit and needs assessment regarding COVID-19 preparedness at long-term care facilities, nursing homes, and a New Hampshire Veterans Home, and making an appropriation thereof. So those are the bills that are currently before the legislature that we'll be acting on in this session. So I just want to give everybody kind of a basis of information and know where we are. We'll continue with the public input. Next up is Dr. David Strang.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Dr. David Strang. I'm a resident of Gilmanton. I'm also a 1986 graduate of Dartmouth Medical School and have 32 years of practice experience in the specialty of emergency medicine. I rise today to speak to you about the evils of mandates, particularly when it comes to those involving these COVID vaccines. What I'm about to explain to you now does not require a medical degree like mine to understand, only common sense and an open mind. We all know that once per year, the influenza virus mutates, necessitating a new flu shot before each and every winter. The COVID-19 virus has mutated approximately 12 times in 2 years, or 6 times faster than the flu. Yet we are still being urged to get the same COVID shot that was based on the original variant of the virus that began circulating almost 2 years ago. Does that make sense to you? Of course it doesn't. Remember when the vaccines first came out and we were promised that once vaccinated, you could take your mask off because you wouldn't be able to get the virus? When the vaccinated began getting sick, that promise was retracted but replaced with a new one, that vaccination would prevent serious illness and death. This too has proven to be a lie, as in the month of September in Vermont, 76% of all COVID deaths were amongst the fully vaccinated, nearly identical to Vermont's vaccination rate of 79%. If Vermont's data does not convince you, let's look at that from the United Kingdom. Again, in the month of September, 75% of all deaths there were amongst the fully vaccinated. This does not come from some anti-vaccination group, but the UK's own National Health Service. And finally, let's look at Waterford, Ireland, where 99% of citizens 18 and older are fully vaccinated, yet their COVID case rate is 3 times that of the entire country of Ireland. If the vaccines do not protect against contracting the virus and do not prevent death from the virus, what good are they? And now there is an unjustified pressure to vaccinate children. Children are the one segment of the population best equipped to handle this illness. They do not die from it like adults. In fact, in New Hampshire, a state with almost 1.4 million residents, there have been no COVID deaths amongst children. In the country of Sweden, where there was no lockdown and schools were kept open, there have been no COVID deaths amongst children. In fact, in all of the Nordic countries combined, where there are almost 1.8 million school-aged children, would you like to hazard a guess as to how many childhood COVID deaths there have been? That's right, 0. The risk of death from COVID amongst children, calculated by the Israelis, is 1 in 2 million. That's 0.00005%. The risk in children of vaccine-induced myocarditis, which is inflammation of the heart muscle, pericarditis, or inflammation of the sac surrounding the heart, or myopericarditis, a combination of the two, is hundreds of times higher. And these vaccine side effects do kill children. Dr. Martin Kulldorff, professor of medicine at Harvard University, biostatistician at Brigham and Women's Hospital, and on several advisory committees for both the CDC and the FDA, who believes in the benefits of vaccination, as do I, does not recommend the vaccination of children with these substances, stating that the risks far outweigh the questionable benefits. Dr. Robert Malone, the man who invented the messenger RNA technology behind all of these vaccines, says, quote, "There is absolutely no scientific or medical justification for vaccinating children," end quote, with these substances. To contemplate mandating the nationwide use of these faulty interventions is just not supported by the science. Furthermore, mandates violate one of the foundational blocks of the practice of medicine, that of advice and consent. As physicians, we advise our patients, and they have the right to consent or not consent. If we mandate in defiance of individual choice and freedom, then we have destroyed the doctor-patient relationship. The economic coercion contemplated by Concord Hospital, Dartmouth-Hitchcock Medical Center, and others is despicable and a violation of medical ethics. In closing, I would like to stress to all of you that we do not need religious exemptions. We do not need medical exemptions. We already have an exemption. That is, we are Americans. We have the God-given right to say no. Thank you, and
Thank you, Dr. Strang.
I'll be happy to answer any questions, and I'll be happy to give you a copy of my written
I
testimony.
appreciate the written testimony. Questions for the doctor? Great, thank you. Any other questions for the doctor? Dr. Strang, I have one for you, so don't go away. Sorry. So we were having a discussion the other day with both the Attorney General's Office, DHHS, and the Medical Society, and the Hospital Society, New Hampshire Hospital Association, around informed consent. And the Attorney General's Office was pretty clear that informed consent must be free and voluntary. And the idea around informed consent is that a doctor notifies the patient of the outcomes, of the pros and cons, so to speak, of a given medical procedure, and then allows the patient to make that decision. Given the mandate, does that pose a problem for doctors and ethics if you have people coming in to get the vaccine who are being told by their employer, you get the vaccine or you get fired? So threatening the ability to put a roof over their head, food on their table for their children. And then that employee goes to a provider to get the vaccine and says, I got to get this because I'm mandated by my employer. Would you consider that a free and voluntary consent? And is there an ethical problem with a doctor giving a shot under those circumstances?
That is not free and voluntary consent. You are providing economic coercion by an employer, whether that's a medical center like Dartmouth or Concord, or an entity like the U.S. government, which is trying to originally mandate companies that had employees of 100 or more, and now it's going to look at any company that does business with the federal government. Since I'm a physician and I would potentially bill Medicare, I'm therefore a contractor. So am I going to be forced to get vaccinated or vaccinate staff in an office that I work at against our will? That's what the federal government is attempting to do. This is economic coercion, and in my opinion, it violates what I consider to be, as I testified earlier, the foundational blocks of medicine, which is advice and consent. If you can't convince a patient of the benefit of an intervention of its own merits, then you've lost that argument. And if you suddenly say, I don't care what your choice is, we're going to mandate you, how do you have any trust in the doctor-patient relationship anymore. You've destroyed it.
Thank you, Doctor. Any further questions for Dr. Strang? There being none. Thank you again, Doctor. If you could turn that into Erica right there, or Jim. Next up is Marcy Doyle. Marcy, there she is over there.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
You just speak up and speak in the microphone so everybody can hear you.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in front of the commission. My name is Marcy Doyle, and I'm a registered nurse from Bedford, New Hampshire. I work at the University of New Hampshire as a nursing professor and researcher who studies delivery of health care to the residents of New Hampshire. I am also the New Hampshire Association Chair of the Commission on Government Affairs. Nursing is the largest profession, U.S. healthcare profession, delivering healthcare to our most vulnerable populations. We count on them to answer our call bells when we are hospitalized, to provide us with hygiene in long-term care settings, and to educate us on medications, chronic disease, prevention strategies, and vaccinations. They are the most trusted profession in the United States. For well over a year, we were at the forefront of the COVID-19 pandemic with no vaccine immunity and few treatment options. Most nurses have been left with the trauma of watching countless patients die here in New Hampshire and across the country unnecessarily. They have left their families shift after shift to save as many people as possible. We're tired. Most nurses here in New Hampshire and throughout the United States are vaccinated, 90% about, for COVID-19. Over 85% of nurses are willing to get the booster shot. 87% of nurses say they stay up to date on trusted and reliable information and are referring patients to those sources such as the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to learn more about COVID-19. Nurses are looking beyond the pandemic. They want to lead in workforce safety. We always have. In supporting the development of policies that prioritize the patient's care, starting with having an immunized workforce, which is not new to us, wearing masks and hand washing. I thank you.
Are you willing to take questions?
Yeah.
Does anybody on the committee have a question for the nurse? I'll ask one.
Okay.
So again, we're nice to have a medical provider in the room to answer some questions. So again, around the idea of a mandate and the decision around mandates for any medical intervention, whether it be vaccination or otherwise. The question I have is that ultimately, is it the patient's choice or should it be somebody else's choice?
In terms of the patient, it's the patient's choice to get vaccinated. But as healthcare professionals, we reside in a high-risk setting, and we are providing care. And by the Patient Bill of Rights, we are providing that care, and they oftentimes don't know if we're vaccinated or not. They could be unconscious or whatnot, and we're really looking towards decreasing the spread of all diseases. So it is the patient's choice, of course.
Thank you. Anybody else? Representative Leon.
Thank you. Okay, I figured out the microphone. Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm questioning the 90% of nurses that are vaccinated.
Sure.
Right now we have lots of availability. So if the remaining 10% choose not to get vaccinated and then leave the healthcare workforce, what impact will that have on their nursing colleagues and patient care?
Sure, that's always a concern, right? But also the cost of delivering care in an environment which we're not embracing reduction processes is a real concern. So one of the things that's happening is slowly over time people have decided to get vaccinated. We are concerned about workforce changes, but we're there for the patient. We need to be there and be safe and not giving the patient an infectious disease or our colleagues. So we need to work with those that do not want to be vaccinated. There in the ETS, there are three, I'm not sure if you've read it, but in the OSHA, there are three components in which would allow for folks not to have the vaccination, and that was released last week, religious, disability, medical. And so, you know, as always, I think Steve from New Hampshire Hospital Association testified last week, we always want to work with our workforce. We always want to support people. That's what this is all about. You know, at the New Hampshire Nurses Association, it's a big deal. We want to work and we want to understand what those concerns are, and we want to trust the science, and we want to question that science. You asked a lot of great questions last week regarding studies and evidence. We want, you know, A and B evidence, but we also need to know we're in a real-time, fast-paced, changing pandemic. And I recently ran a learning collaborative with my colleagues for long-term care, and we could track 7 patients in one organization who actually passed because someone came in with COVID, you know. So there's some real challenges we need to think about, a workforce being one, but really patients understanding, hey, it's a safe place, and us not infecting our colleagues and not driving up healthcare costs, which we're very concerned about.
I have a follow-up, if I may.
Follow-up?
Does the COVID vaccine prevent transmission of COVID?
So it reduces transmission, right? It greatly reduces transmission of the virus, right? And it reduces the morbidity or mortality associated with it. And studies have shown that. And that's why we've seen a reduction. It also is an RNA virus, which will mutate. And that means that we're behind the 8 ball slightly in terms of getting folks vaccinated. The more you let an RNA virus replicate, the more mutations it will have, and it will optimize to potentially make a more dangerous variant. So that's really a concern.
Thank you. And then one last follow-up.
Sure.
Is there any respect for natural immunity with the New Hampshire Nursing Association?
You know, we haven't discussed the natural immunity piece. I think that's a really good question, and a really, you know, I think you look similar to my age. We had chicken pox, right? And so I think that's a really good question, and we need to continue to work on that and have these discussions. So I thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
We addressed the issue of the vaccine mandate having an impact on the nursing workforce.
Yes.
Do you have any data about the impact of not having the vaccine on the workforce? In other words, we think of it as having the vaccine mandated decreases the workforce.
Mm-hmm.
Equally, do you have any data about not having the vaccine losing workforce?
Yeah, sure. If you don't have, if you're not vaccinated, say we were to have an outbreak here in Concord or at one of the, you know, we have 26 hospitals or hospital type settings, right? So if you can think about having a majority of people unvaccinated, then you could potentially pull down one of those hospitals in an inability to access care. So, you know, we had to prioritize during the early stages of the pandemic who we would see. And so that was a result of, you know, being overwhelmed. So in the 7 people that I mentioned that passed, that's also a result in a long-term care facility in the New England region. That's also a challenge, right? 7 people passed because they got COVID because someone brought it in. And that was when lockdown was 100%, and it was a healthcare worker who brought it in. So, yes, it's a concern.
Anything else? Does that answer your question? You're good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Harley Merrill. Holly, where you at? Harley. We'll put her aside. Maybe she stepped outside. Next up is Janice Damaris.
Sorry, I left the hard copy at home. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Janice Damaris. I'd like to talk to you about the vaccine mandates that affected nurses and healthcare workers in our state and around the country. I was a critical care nurse for 30 years prior to contracting a chronic illness, which took me out of the workforce and robbed me of my career. We say in nursing, once a nurse, always a nurse. It is who you are. Nurses give all they have. They work 24 hours a day. They work shorthanded. They stay later than their shift if needed. They sacrifice breaks for the sake of their patients. They advocate fiercely for them when necessary. Nurses go to work sick, tired, in snowstorms, and when the rest of the world is enjoying their holidays. When the COVID-19 virus broke, nurses were there, doing their jobs, taking the risks on themselves and their families because people were sick and needed help. When the rest of America was tucked away in their homes, nurses were running into the burning building, many times without proper protection. Hospitals told nurses to wear their single-use masks and gowns until they fell apart. There were no cries for the safety of healthcare workers, but still they went to work and did what they knew was right. They were called heroes. Now, after much of the population has gotten what they were told was a vaccine to protect them from the virus, we forget that these heroes are people with rights of their own. Nurses who are not comfortable with this supposed vaccine are being told to take the jab or hit the road. This is a funny way to say thank you to those who risked their own lives and the lives of the ones they love. Reasonable people can disagree about the safety of this purported vaccine. Doctors and nurses all over the country are choosing not to take it. These are people that understand medicine and the rigorous testing that vaccines and medications go through to get approval. These are people that understand that these substances have limited testing for a limited amount of time. There is no data on the long-term effects. This science is experimental and has been fast-tracked to the public. One detail that no one wants to point out is that the FDA still has not approved any of these substances. The big lie that Pfizer is approved is not true. It is the German company BioNTech's product, Comirnaty, that was approved by the FDA. Comirnaty is not available in the United States. Pfizer was given an extension of the EUA, Emergency Use Authorization, not FDA approval. This can be verified by looking on the FDA website. This makes the Pfizer drug an experimental substance. There are no approved and safe vaccines for COVID-19. Under the Nuremberg Code, it is illegal to mandate an experimental substance to anyone. These mandates are illegal. There have been studies in Italy that show natural immunity to be more effective and last longer than any of these supposed vaccines. People who have had COVID or were exposed to it have already acquired natural immunity. Basic fundamentals of immunology have been thrown out the window to ensure every living thing on this planet gets the jab. Why? Who stands to benefit from this? Why does the vaccinated person need to be protected from the unvaccinated? That doesn't even make sense. Why are people who refuse the jab being forced to undergo frequent testing with a faulty test that exposes them to a swab dipped in a carcinogenic? It is well documented that COVID-vaccinated people are able to contract and spread the virus, yet unvaccinated are being threatened with their livelihoods. The talking points today are this is now a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Well, how do we know that? Even before the jab, people had varying degrees of symptoms, and many were asymptomatic. The jab is reported to decrease the severity of symptoms, so it's very likely there are people walking around with COVID, not showing symptoms, who got the jab. The Constitution guarantees all people the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Taking a person's job who will not consent to an experimental injection is a violation of the Constitution, making it illegal. Sovereignty over one's own body is of the highest priority. The taking of a person's ability to provide shelter and care for themselves and their family is not only illegal, but immoral beyond belief. The federal government has no right to circumvent the Constitution by pressuring private companies to mandate their employees into taking any medication, much less an experimental one. They are causing private companies to do their dirty work because they know it's illegal for them to mandate the people directly. I understand that our governor doesn't want to interfere with private business or private companies, but where does that leave us, the people of this state? Do we just sit back and let evil prevail, or do we fight back? You have been given the responsibility by the people of New Hampshire to look after their interests. You hold many of our futures in your hands. We need the legislature to stand up for people. We need your help. I know the desire is there by the fact that I'm here right now. Please consider the following when you deliberate this topic. Number one, bring a lawsuit to President Biden and his administration to stop this insanity. Number two, allow every person who applies for an exemption to be approved. Number three, pass a law that prohibits the discrimination of workers based on vaccine status. Number four, consider testing for antibodies before asking someone to consent to an experimental substance. Number five, initiate a more robust treatment protocol for patients with COVID-19. Allow for monoclonal antibodies and ivermectin to be administered when requested and appropriate. People are being denied this treatment. Number six, stop the efforts to compile a registry of vaccinated and unvaccinated. This is a dangerous step in the privacy of individuals and could be used as a tool to search out the unvaccinated in the future. A person's medical information is between them and their doctor. The state has no right to it. These are just some of the ideas. I'm sure others have more. This progression to totalitarianism cannot go on. We are dangerously close to losing our constitutional republic with the way this issue is being addressed by the Biden administration. Please help save the live free or die state and our citizens. And I just have one quick response to the previous speaker about the number of RNs that are vaccinated. Well, yes, I will accept the number of 90% because she said so, but how many of those were coerced vaccinations because nurses were told, take the jab or lose your job? These are breadwinners for their families, many of them. Nobody can make that decision. How immoral is it for someone to have to make that choice between feeding their children and clothing them and taking a substance that you feel could be harmful to you? I don't believe that 90% would have been reached without that coercion, and it was wrong. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. I appreciate your input. Any questions for Janice? There being none, thank you very much, Janice. Was that? For some reason I have two for her. Next up is Stacy Messina. I think it is. Oh, there she is.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. I am currently living in Pembroke, New Hampshire with my 2 teenage kids and my husband. I haven't even been living in the state for 2 months. We moved here from Massachusetts. I lovingly refer to it as Massachusetts. We came here for, the live for your diet attitude. We've been coming up here for years for vacations and stuff, and we decided to move up here with everything that was going on in Massachusetts, seeing the handwriting on the wall as a parent and watching what was going on in the high school down there that my children were in. They have a 90% vaccination rate for the high school in Marblehead, Massachusetts, and they were still keeping the masks on the kids. In the last that I heard, they are moving to remove the masks for the vaccinated children, and the ones who are not vaccinated have to keep the mask. Talk about segregation. Like I said, I've been here a little over a month and a half, almost 2 months. I've been to every school committee meeting, and I am horrified at what I've been seeing. So I saw something yesterday that I just wanted to read briefly, and it is, no single person, including the President of the United States, should ever be given the power to make a medical decision for potentially millions of Americans. Freedom over one's physical person is the most basic freedom of all, and people in a free society should be sovereign over their own bodies. When we give government the power to make medical decisions for us, we in essence accept that the state owns our bodies over my cold, dead body when it comes to my children. That is all I have to say. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Any questions? There being no questions, thank you very much. So again, if anybody wants to speak in the back of the room, in the ante room, these pink cards, this is what we're doing our list from and calling people up by. So if you want to speak and fill out the card and just drop it off over here in the corner to Representative Shaw, who's all the way down here, will take care of it. Next up is Louise Spencer.
Hello, thank you very much for taking my testimony today and for holding this hearing. My name is Louise Spencer. I was one of the folks outside with the group holding signs that vaccines are patriotic, because I believe that they really are. They help to promote the general welfare, which is also part of our Constitution. I think they make a statement that we live in a community and we need to care for one another. And vaccines are one way to do that and to keep things safe for us all. What I would really like to see coming out of this committee is a strong policy statement that the state of New Hampshire supports and endorses vaccines. Ideally, people get vaccines because they recognize that they serve a really important purpose, not only for their own health, but for the public health in general. And I think it's up to our leaders to set a better example than has been happening so far about why we need to encourage vaccines, not only the COVID vaccine, but we've seen throughout the history of our country how vaccines have made a significant difference in people's lives and in public health. That includes polio, that includes measles, that includes whooping cough. In fact, my own daughter had whooping cough after receiving one of the shots. And fortunately for her, her doctor said that because she had at least one of the shots, that at 3 months, or 6, I guess she was 5 months, it prevented her from requiring hospitalization. So vaccines have played a critical role. I'd like to see our leaders really step up and counter the misinformation that enables so many of the statements that we're seeing here and in other places against vaccines. So I would just also like to point out that COVID itself, the COVID-19 virus, is a novel virus. And we have no idea how it's going to be in our bodies over time and what damage it may do or when it might reassert itself. We see that happening with the chickenpox virus. which later in life can reemerge, causing shingles. This can turn into a permanent, really painful situation. My husband is a pain physician, and believe me, it's one of the worst pains that you can encounter is to have chronic shingles. So as much as there may be things that we don't know about the vaccine or the virus, we are learning. It is a novel virus. I think that science has come down firmly on the side of the safety and efficacy of this vaccine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Louise? Go ahead, Representative Leon.
I have one. Thank you very much
Yes.
for your testimony.
Sure.
Do you have any high-quality scientific data to show that the other points of view are misinformation? If you do, I'd love to get those studies.
Sure. I mean, I'm not a physician myself, but I certainly have read plenty of the layman's literature that's out there. I'd be happy to provide you with some literature. It's abundant and readily available, and I'd be happy to share some.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Anybody else? There being none, thank you, Louise. Next up is Jeff Howell. Where you at, Jeff?
Good morning, and thank you for your time this morning. My name is Jeff Howell. I am from Pelham, New Hampshire. I've been a New Hampshire resident for 35 of the last 40 years. I'm a graduate of UNH. I'm also an engineer with 35 years of experience. Now, I did have a prepared statement to read, but as it deals a lot with my own personal situation, I will attempt to summarize. I'm here today to talk against employer-enforced mandates and the detrimental emotional and financial impact it has on the workers of New Hampshire. I, along with tens of millions of other American workers across the country, have been forced into a corporate mandate in which I must either comply with taking a COVID vaccine or I will face unemployment without possibility of unemployment compensation. This is happening. These companies are employing, I think, very abusive and brutal methods in order to enforce compliance of their employees. And I think this is wrong. Many employers, in accordance with Title VII of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, are allowing for religious and medical accommodations based on their reasons. However, many people who apply for these religious exemptions are being subjected to very invasive and, in my opinion, invasions of their privacy, both of their religious beliefs and their medical histories. They get asked such questions as, do you routinely participate in activities as part of your faith? What other medications or treatments do you pose as a consequence of your faith? And how do you justify taking other medications that use fetal cell lines in their manufacture while still refusing COVID vaccines for the same reason? I believe that these types of questions are very invasive of people's personal privacy and medical history rights. I find them very objectionable, and yet companies are terminating employees after demanding they comply with all of these types of invasive personal requests. I think this treatment is very harassing. It's very intimidating. It creates a very hostile work environment for employees, and I think employees feel powerless in order to combat this. This results in a great deal of anxiety, of undue stress, and effectively lowers their ability to work. And these mandates are being applied to employees regardless of their situation. It doesn't matter what their job role is, how often they interact with their customers, their clients, their suppliers, their coworkers. It's just blanket across the board, take the jab or lose your job. I think this is, needless to say, creates a very, very discomforting effect for most people who are engaged in it. They can no longer perform their jobs. And these are being applied regardless of whether or not people may have exemplary job records. They may have nothing else against them in their job, but they're going to lose their jobs simply because of their religious or even perhaps medical reasons for not wanting to take a vaccine. So I just happen to disagree with all this. I think this is wrong. I think employees in New Hampshire should be protected from this type of harassment, and I hope that all these proposed legislations that you're putting forward, New Hampshire will have the courage to stand up to those employer mandates and now and in the future and protect New Hampshire workers from these hostile and demoralizing policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Will you take questions if anybody has any? Anybody have any questions for Jeff? Representative Leon?
I have one. Thank you so much for your testimony. I was hoping that you could send some of the questions that are being asked by employers about their religious history to the committee so we can understand exactly how detailed these questions are.
I will endeavor to do that. However, I will tell you that when I was interviewed by my employer, they would not provide me the questions in writing, even though I asked them for it. So this is another one of the harassing tactics that employers are using. They're taking all the information from you, they're making you stand flat-footed and on a phone call start answering questions without any preparation or anything else. Again, very disquieting, and it was a very uncomfortable procedure for me when I went through it, and I'm sure that millions of other New Hampshire workers are facing the same thing. But I will put together, from what I can recall, the questions that were asked and send them to the committee.
Thank you very much.
Anything else? Anybody else? All set, Jeff.
Thank you.
Jeff, I will just give you info. So again, on last Wednesday, we had the business industry in, and we were speaking to the various associations, retail and otherwise, and there was some concern around religious medical exemptions and the fact that we're putting businesses in a really big bind, with this mandate and religious exemptions. They've been told, we heard from I think it was the Surgeon General, who said that they believe that religious exemptions are being abused and they should be looked into. And then we also heard from businesses saying now it puts them in a bind if they do a religious exemption, are they going to be subject to some sort of audit because of it? Does it create a civil rights liability issue for them? So I do agree that there is some problems around the religious exemptions and having businesses trying to decide whether or not you're religious enough to qualify for a religious exemption, and that's problematic. And even the businesses from the meeting last week recognize that that is an issue that we have to look at and address. Next up is Deborah Richardson.
Thank you for, I don't know, can you hear me? Thank you for taking my testimony. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to share my personal story with you.
You can just speak into the mic a little loud. There you go.
Okay, sorry. I'm a United States Air Force veteran. I am a nurse of 30 years. In the last 5 years, I've been a visiting nurse for a home care, health, and hospice agency providing home care and hospice services to a variety of people in Franklin, New Hampshire. I also work part-time as a nurse stenographer at Haven Pregnancy Services. So in March of 2020, like everyone, we were completely taken aback by COVID-19 and what happened with it. I, like everyone else, didn't know what to expect, but I did not back down. I continued to work at my job, despite the fact that I could have taken on the role of saying, well, I take care of my elderly mom, I have custody of my special needs grandson, I don't want to bring this illness home to them, so I will not put myself out there, but I did not do that. I continued to work. I continued to work without proper PPE because it was not available. Everybody knows the stories that happened back then. I don't need to reiterate them. But I worked diligently. I worked very hard. I'm an excellent employee. I have excellent recommendations. In November of last year, I got COVID. I was sick for 3 weeks. I was not hospitalized, but I was very, very ill. I ended up with some side effects, some cardiopulmonary side effects, some neuropathic side effects, when the option came out to get the vaccine, I made a decision not to get the vaccine based on the side effects, and I will review that with you in a moment. So I went back to work in December. I continued to work just as hard as I did before I got sick. I'm really, really struggling because when the mandate came out, I applied for a religious exemption. I did everything just the right way I was supposed to. They told me that religious exemptions were not qualified under the Biden administration or medical exemptions, which was not true. It wasn't an accurate statement, but I researched it. I did my research. I provided a letter of a religious exemption for a variety of reasons. And it was denied, and I was terminated on October 28th. Now, they were sadder than I was when I left. I was given flowers, I was given a card telling me how wonderful I was and how sorry they were that they had to let me go, but that they were fearful of the fact that they would not be able to allow me to go out into the community, despite the fact that I have natural immunity, and nobody is talking about that, which makes no sense, because that is the gold standard of infection. But anyway, so I was terminated. They gave me, no severance pay. There was no anything like that. I do have 240 hours of earned time, so I will be okay for a little while. But that can explain to you how hard I worked for them, that I never took vacation time. I have that much time left. So I just wanted to end a little bit with just some really, really important details. So there has been many, many studies out there, and you can look up studies and you can find both sides, right? So there's people saying, no, natural immunity isn't valid, and then there's people saying, yes, it is, and they're saying, no, the COVID vaccine isn't effective, and then you see other studies saying, yes, it is. But I'm going to provide you with some data that I have found, okay? The other thing I wanted to point out is that there is no vaccine information statement for COVID-19 vaccine. There is a fact sheet available for each different vaccine that is given, and on all of those, they provide a listing of possible side effects, including cardiac issues. Since I'm already affected on a cardiopulmonary basis, I'm very short of breath whenever I try to do any kind of exercise, that it's difficult to justify to myself taking a vaccine that could cause me more harm than good. So I just want to share these statistics with you. These were taken off the CDC site from the Vaccine Adverse Events site. This was pulled up last night, and I just wanted to share some things with you. So the MMR vaccine in the year 2021, with serious side effects reported, there were 23. And with total side effects, there have been 760 reported, and that's for the measles, mumps, and rubella. For the influenza vaccine, the quadrivalent, in 2021, there have been 105 serious events reported. And in total, there's been 2,394 events. For the COVID-19 vaccine, in the year 2021, there have been 55,314 serious events, a total of 522,303 events, with a total of 577,617 total events reported. To say that there is no risk to getting the vaccine is not true. And to make people have to decide on their own health care versus taking this vaccine is just not, it's not life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness. It goes against everything I volunteered to go into the Air Force for. So I respect everybody's decision to make their own right to the vaccine or not, but when you mandate it and you take away people's jobs, I don't know what to say. So thank you for letting me tell my story.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Any questions for Deborah? Seeing none, Deborah, thank you very much for telling your story. So I'll just we have 17 more people have signed up. That's how many total cards I have left. So just as people keeping it concise, remember those three words, respect, civility, and conciseness. Next up is Patricia Myers, I think it is.
Good morning. Thank you for your willingness to serve this state. I appreciate that.
Can you tip the microphone up so we can hear you?
Sorry. I just want to tell my testimony. I had COVID. I had it for 2.5 days. I had the symptoms. I know what the symptoms were. It is not as dangerous as what we have been led to believe. We have been lied to throughout. Because now everyone has to have a vaccine for something that is not what they cracked it up to be. all right? I have a natural immunity. No one with whom I have been associated has come down with COVID. What a miracle. Not one. I have nurse friends. Nobody's caught COVID from them either. They come to me for help because they don't want to take this vaccine because they know what it's doing. They're in the hospital seeing people who have had vaccines sick with it. Most of the people who come in with illnesses have been vaccinated because it doesn't protect you against any of the variants. Do you know what it's designed to do? It's designed to destroy your immune system. What it does is it trains your natural immunity to look only for the COVID-19. It does not look for the variants. It trains your immune system to ignore everything but that virus. So if you get anything else, you're going to get sick. It's a shot of AIDS. This is why we are fighting. This is not a conspiracy. We're here now. A conspiracy is only a conspiracy until it's too late. When these people are unemployed, let go, they're suspended without pay. Do you know what that means? They're not eligible for unemployment. I have no more words for this. It's so disgusting. It's so corrupt. I have no words. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Anybody have any questions for Patricia? We're all set. Thank you, Patricia. Appreciate it. Next up is Jennifer Smith, Dr. Jennifer Smith from the New Hampshire Public Health Association. Where are you at?
So thank you for taking testimony from us. I have a lot to say, but I'll try to keep it really brief. There is a lot of, I don't know what to really call it, what seems to me to be entirely misinformed opinion being spouted.
Can we just speak up a little bit louder into the microphone?
I'm
so we can...
sorry, I thought I was. I am double masked, which I don't usually do, but since I'm in a room full of people who are not masked for quite a bit of time, I've made it fully. And I just want to point some things out that, and by the way, the question about getting statistics, I'm sure that our Department of Public Health Services would be happy to supply you statistics. But looking at national statistics, which I do every morning, the current finding is that people who are vaccinated still have a risk. No vaccination is 100% protective. And so healthcare workers especially really need to vaccinate to protect others. And we've had mandates in healthcare systems for vaccine for a long time. And I can remember, in fact, when I was an intern and started serving on policy committee for infection control in the hospital in Connecticut where I was trained, that we actually had to go through the process of deciding about that for rubeola, that is, in fact, German measles. And you think about it for a while and you go, you know, all it takes is one healthcare worker in contact with a pregnant woman to end up with the baby that I once saw at another hospital in Connecticut who would never develop into anything other than a small, sick child who would never be able to do much of anything. And so it's kind of like mandates are necessary in some situations. And there is already, by the way, a court case being brought by the state of New Hampshire and multiple other states, so this committee does not need to recommend that the legislature do anything. That case will find its way to the U.S. Supreme Court eventually, and I think they will probably find, I hope, with the same rationale that happened over 100 years ago, that the state can mandate vaccines for people. And there is actually an alternative at this point for people who don't want vaccines, and that is to get themselves tested regularly. I believe it's weekly, I've forgotten. But the evidence for problems from this vaccine compared to the evidence for problems for getting COVID, which is still rampant in this state, is really thin. And for instance, the myocarditis, pericarditis that has occurred in some, mostly young men, has all recovered. 100% have recovered. And that can't be said for even young men who've had COVID. Very, very tiny percentage of people with poor immune competence for unknown reasons, who didn't know that, have died at young ages, including children, by the way. And right now, this epidemic of the unvaccinated, yes, it does, in fact, affect some of us who are vaccinated, but it's about 6 times as likely that the unvaccinated will get infected and pass it on, by the way, and 12 times as likely that they will die. And there is so much misinformation out there that some people who really would benefit from the vaccination have decided not to get it. I would urge you not to do anything that will interfere with further public health efforts. And I've just had one little historical thing to say. Quite aside from my own experience as a child, we were just so happy to have polio vaccine. You know, it probably would have been an emergency use authorization at the time, had that been the way things worked. But it was not better studied than this. It was a new, novel technology. And if you go back all the way to the birth of this country, there are good historians who think we wouldn't have this country if General Washington hadn't gone against a lot of people's fear and mandated immunization of all the troops in 1777, because smallpox was rampant, and bringing new recruits into his camp was going to be a huge problem if people weren't vaccinated. So he did it against a lot of public opinion, and it worked. So bear those kinds of things in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Willing to take questions, Doctor? Anybody have a question with the doctor? Representative Leon?
Thank you so much for your testimony and the historic context. Do you know what the fatality rate was for smallpox?
Oh, way higher than this. There's no question that this is a much less lethal virus. However, people are, I think it's somewhere around 700 or 750,000 in this country alone. Millions across the world have died of this virus. So it isn't trivial. Do I know the exact fatality rate? That changes over time as we've gotten better at treatment. And we now soon will have a pill that actually is effective. We actually have one that's been shown in one study, Luvox, antidepressant, that's been shown to be pretty damned effective. But all the other treatments, no, they have not. So it's an ongoing story. And by the way, the idea that it is not protective against variants is not true. The vast majority of people who have been fully vaccinated with mRNA vaccines are protected against the current variants, almost as well as against the original, although it's hard to tell, again, because you've got this progression in ability to do good medical care, knowledge of things like prone positioning, being very life-saving. Those things weren't known when we started.
If I could follow up, will availability of that new therapy for COVID that reduces the disease burden, make a difference for you in terms of mandating the vaccine?
I have no idea until it's out there. It's not out there yet, so we'll see.
Data matters. And if I may just have one more. You speak to the polio vaccine. Do you know if it was the Jonas Salk vaccine that eliminated polio, or if it was a different one?
We haven't eliminated polio from the world. It comes back into this country periodically, very sporadically, thank God.
Yes, it is in the soil.
We started with an oral vaccine. It was extremely effective, and it is actually still the strategy of preference. There is a side effect potential, and again, I've forgotten the exact statistics, that some immune systems in some small children are incompetent, and they will get polio from the vaccine. But overall, it has driven down the numbers of polio cases remarkably. We in this country switched from oral to injectable because it does not have that risk, but it is not as effective in suppressing outbreaks. And so in places where there are still outbreaks, Pakistan, Nigeria, places like that, they use the oral, and some places have done a combined strategy, injectable and then oral later.
And are you aware that those are not the Salk vaccine? Those are actually the Sabin vaccine that was developed because there was...
Let her ask the question, then you can answer the question.
That the Sabin vaccine was developed with the help of Jonas Salk using unvaccinated populations. And had the Salk vaccine been forced upon the whole world, we never would have seen the Sabin vaccine? Or is that just a consequence of history?
I don't know that answer, and I don't know which is Salk and which is Sabin. We just think of oral and injectable when we talk about them.
Thank you.
Thank you. No other questions. Thank you, Doctor. Just as it comes to the lawsuits, you do know that as of Friday, there are 2 lawsuits pending in front of I believe it's the Fifth Circuit, one of which is on the executive orders, the mandate for federal contractors under executive orders, and then there's a second lawsuit that was filed regarding the OSHA violation, and New Hampshire's joined both those lawsuits opposing the mandates under both executive order and OSHA mandates. So if you didn't know that our Attorney General has signed on to both of those. Next up is Amy Ellis. Amy?
Good morning. My name is Amy Ellis. I am a wife and mother of 2 boys and a proud citizen of the Live Free or Die state. My hope and prayer in speaking today is that everyone will listen and take the time to consider and understand why we are opposed to the vaccine mandates, a point of view that has been largely dismissed and discredited, if not completely censored. The mainstream media has cruelly tried to put and keep us all in a perpetual state of fear in regards to COVID-19 and anyone opposed to the vaccine. While one opinion is repeated over and over, the other is completely removed from the conversation. Dr. Itzet Levy said doctors and scientists who disagree with the safety and effectiveness of this so-called vaccine are met with hostility, rejection, and even elimination from government, media, and the scientific community itself. This censorship is a fact and should deeply concern everyone. Despite the threat of losing one's life's work, career, and livelihood, many have bravely stepped forward to fight for our right as we know, to know as we will know as much as possible of this vaccine. They have very literally pledged to us all their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. They have everything to lose and still speak out. I have learned enough about the possible side effects of taking this vaccine to know it is far too soon for my comfort to take this injection. This should remain my choice. As with all drugs, we are given a list of side effects as the consumers, and we can choose to avoid them if we feel this risk is too high. For myself and certainly my children, as of now, the risks far outweigh the reward. This choice does not make me selfish or uneducated, contrary to the popular narrative. It also doesn't mean I love my kids, family, friends, and neighbors any more or less than someone who chooses this vaccine. To those who have chosen to take this vaccine, I am grateful you were able to be given that peace of mind. If it is as wonderful as they say, and I pray it is, then you need to rest assured in your decision and trust its effectiveness. I pray you will all have the grace, patience, and compassion to understand my reservations and sincere concerns in this vaccine and the consequences of mandating any injection, never mind a brand new vaccine with an unusually high rate of side effects. I will never judge another mother or father's personal or private choice of whether or not to get this vaccine. We are all doing what we feel is best based on the information we have available. We all need to be critical thinkers, dig deep for all viewpoints, especially those that are being so desperately and deliberately concealed, and respect each other's conclusions. Mass and rush vaccinations have robbed us of the time necessary to determine real adverse reactions. We are being manipulated to take a brand new so-called vaccine and will have no recourse whatsoever if we are injured by it. This is an outrage. Whether time shows this vaccine is good or not, history will show that the mandates are wrong. Mandating this vaccine will absolutely lead to a precedent we will only understand once it is too late. We are all Americans. We cannot lose our humility and empathy for each other. Live free or die, and God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. Are there any questions? Thank you. Next, we have Susan LaPointe.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to allow all of us to speak. I am here. The current vaccine, or vax shot as I would prefer to call it, for use for COVID, does not prevent you from getting the disease, does not prevent you from spreading the disease to others. And if you have an adverse reaction, there is no recourse. So the reason I am not calling it a vaccine is the CDC changed their definition of a vaccine. Originally, the vaccine was a product that stimulates a person's immune system to produce immunity to a specific disease, protecting that person from the disease. On August 31st, they changed their vaccine definition to a preparation that is used to stimulate the body's immune system. That is it. It does not protect you from that disease. And there have been many adverse reactions and deaths. In the current VAERS report, dated October 29th, in the United States, there have been over 18,000 deaths, and over 28,000 who have now a permanent disability. The other thing I'd like to speak to is the emergency use authorization. That is used to allow unapproved medical products if there are no approved or available alternatives. I have attached papers in my documents from the National Institute of Health regarding hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, both, and then a decision from the Nebraska Attorney General on their state being allowed to use these off-label drugs to treat COVID. So if the NIH and the Attorney General from Nebraska have said that there are alternatives to the vaccine, why do we continue to have an emergency use authorization? The mandate is unethical for a variety of reasons, but primarily because it tramples over the fundamental principle of bodily autonomy and individual agency when it comes to personal health. Yes, the vaccine may be safe for some, and one can make a reasonable case that getting vaccinated may be a good choice for some, but that's what it should be, a personal choice. The mandate is unconstitutional because there is no basis in the Constitution which lets the executive branch power and authority to compel private businesses to take these actions. The President and the executive branch, like the Department of Labor, are not legislative bodies. They have no power to make law. Their job is to faithfully execute the laws duly enacted by our legislative body, our legislature. And then I just want to close with a brief statement on the Nuremberg Code. The voluntary consent of the human is absolutely essential. This means that the person involved should have the legal capacity to give consent, should be able to exercise free power of choice without intervention of any element of force, fraud, deceit, duress, overreaching, or other ulterior form of constraint, and should have sufficient knowledge and comprehension of the subject to enable him to make an enlightened decision. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you, Susan. Next up is Amanda, I'm going to butcher that last name, Mastrani? Sorry, I truly apologize.
Amanda Mastrani, that's okay. I'm used to it. With all the progress that our country has made in regards to civil rights, it's disdainful that we would have U.S. citizens moving to different states due to the abuses that its current state inflicts upon them in regards to medical choice. It's disdainful to think that my children wouldn't be able to play sports or engage in after-school activities because our religion refuses certain medical treatments. This is happening in Cambridge, Massachusetts. It's disdainful to think that my children would not be allowed to attend school because their religion prohibits certain medical treatments. This is happening in Connecticut and California. It's horrifying to think that my children would be seriously limited in their choice of occupation solely because they refuse to receive an injection. Those who follow certain religions are being treated as second-class citizens. Their livelihoods are being taken away. It's also horrifying that people who simply do not choose to trust the FDA or the CDC in regards to what they put in or on their bodies are being discriminated against and segregated from others. Personally, I've had a mistrust in Western medicine for over 20 years. That is not to say that there aren't some aspects of Western medicine that have their benefits. However, I have had personal experiences multiple times where I was being plagued with various symptoms and went to many doctors to get answers. Far too often, their recommendations either did nothing or made matters worse. More often than not, my ailments were healed by seeking alternative measures, namely eliminating certain drinks and incorporating more fruits, vegetables, herbs, and supplements, none of which were recommended to me by doctors who were covered by my so-called health insurance. So even if this vaccine were not against my religion, my family and I would still be subject to the discrimination based on our conscientious objection. My past experiences and my religion are not the only reason I reject certain medical interventions. Many seem to be behaving as if the CDC and the FDA and the pharmaceutical companies have a perfect track record. I can assure you they don't. Many products have been recalled from the FDA that had been approved because they were injuring or killing people. The FDA does not deserve my trust. The CDC advertised that pregnant women should get the flu vaccine. Meanwhile, there were no safety studies for that vaccine in pregnant women, not one. So it is unethical for them to claim such things. The CDC does not deserve my trust. The pharmaceutical companies cannot be sued thanks to the Act of 1986. The pharmaceutical companies said that they would no longer make vaccines anymore if they did not get such protection from the government. Why? Because they were losing too much money in the lawsuits with people who were injured by the vaccines. So now taxpayer dollars pay Big Pharma for the vaccines, and taxpayer dollars also pay those seeking compensation for vaccine injuries. I don't know about you, but if I were vaccine injured, I would not look for compensation because I know that it wouldn't be coming from the companies that created the product that injured me. As I'm sure many of you have seen VAERS, you also probably heard that it's not reliable. Well, since it's the only reporting system that healthcare workers are bound by law to report vaccine injuries to, I will be choosing to believe every one of those reports until proven otherwise, or until these agencies that are supposedly adept enough to tell us which medical treatments are safe become smart enough to develop a reliable reporting system. But even if only half of those injuries were legit, that's far too many to be creating vaccine mandates. Then one must consider the Harvard study, which you can find on the NIH website, that talks about how only about 1% of vaccine injuries actually get reported. Where there is risk, there must be choice. Furthermore, there's this matter of natural immunity. In many countries, they are recognizing natural immunity as a medical exemption, meaning if an individual has antibodies, they are not required to get vaccinated. There are over 100 studies that say natural immunity is equal to or better protection that the vaccines are currently providing. Then there are those, when there are those that are fully vaccinated that are getting and spreading COVID, any mandate is absolutely useless. There are people with natural immunity losing their jobs because they refuse the vaccine. My husband, a crane operator, has been denied certain jobs because he is not vaccinated. Meanwhile, he is naturally immune, which means he offers more support for herd immunity than vaccinated individuals. My husband isn't even given the opportunity to show that he is naturally immune. It is very easy to test for antibodies. He is also given no opportunity to submit a religious exemption. So not only is this madness against the Constitution, but the discrimination is completely and utterly unwarranted. So I have developed a mistrust in anyone who thinks it's okay to penalize the unvaccinated, when those who make up the unvaccinated population have done their due diligence, following their conscience, following their religion, or they are naturally immune and therefore do not receive any benefit from the vaccine. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Amanda? Seeing none, thank you very much, Amanda. Appreciate it. Next up is Michael Burkett.
My name is Mike Burkett. I'm from Hudson, New Hampshire. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to speak not only on my behalf, but also of my 2 sons, their wives, and my 5 grandchildren, New Hampshire residents. I am also the voice for many of my construction co-workers, tradesmen, and friends. I would like to thank you for this open hearing so that we might be able to air our concerns over the present situation we all find ourselves to be in. What started out as a 2-week mask mandate has become 18 months. We are all living under a cloud of oppression, it would seem, with no end in sight and seemingly about to worsen. We have all had to alter our lives to some degree in order to push forward in an attempt to get back to some sort of normality. I am one of many who is not willing to accept the new norm as normal, which is why we have come here today. With that said, you probably can figure out where I stand in regards to the outright federal overreach being forced upon us. COVID has been labeled as a pandemic. A pandemic is defined as a large epidemic. An epidemic is the rapid spread of a disease to a large number of people in a short amount of time. I believe that COVID should be labeled as an endemic, and Doc, you can elaborate on that if you'd like, but An epidemic is the rapid spread of a disease to a large number of people in a short amount of time. I believe that COVID should be labeled as an endemic, a disease that continues to be present within a geographical area, but its impact is manageable. The draconian measures taken to combat this virus were not based totally on scientific statistics that had a solid base. An example of this is the number of deaths attributed to COVID-19 without any consideration for the comorbidity factors. The mandate, by definition, can't be possible. A mandate is the authority granted by a constituency to act as its representative. The constituents, to the best of my knowledge and understanding, have not given any authority to act on their behalf. With a 38% approval rating as of Sunday night, how can this ever be set forth as a mandate? This is dictatorial socialist government on display. Federal government overreach is what we are experiencing as a nation. The 10th Amendment reads, quote, "The powers not delegated to the U.S. by the Constitution nor prohibited by the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people." It was originally drafted to quell fears that the federal government, through Congress, would grow beyond its delegated powers and interfere with the governing powers of the states and the natural rights of the people. Justice Roberts in 2012 noted the 10th Amendment rests on what might at first seem a counter-interactive insight that freedom is enhanced by the creation of two governments, not one. And that was the National Federation of Independent Businesses versus Sebelius in 2012. The 10th Amendment was designed as a practical method for protecting individual rights. My desire in speaking here this morning is to show the attempt of the federal government to disregard my rights as an individual, the rights of businesses and owners, and to have control over their own employees in regards to this newly adopted OSHA regulation. We all know that the, quote, 100-employee threshold is only the cracked open door to have an inroad into all businesses. I want to give a few statistics to give a clearer perspective of where we are as a state. All information is from the New Hampshire Employment Security, updated November 7th. These are the numbers for the first quarter of 2021. I've taken the liberty to round off the numbers. Businesses with 50 to 99 employees are 1,030, average weekly wage $1,200. 20 to 49 employees, 3,000, average weekly wage $1,130. 10 to 19 employees, 4,300, average weekly wage $1,160. 5 to 9 employees, 6,500 businesses, average weekly wage $1,200. 1 to 4, 24,600 employees, average weekly wage $1,900. Then you go to 100 or more employees. There's 1,400 businesses. The weekly wage is $1,200 plus or minus. About 50% of the employees work in a business of 100 or more in this state. The vaccination percentage of adults from 25 to 64 is approximately 45. This age group represents the majority of the workforce in the state. All numbers are from the USA Facts, dated November 5th. At less than 50% of the workforce being vaccinated and 50% of the state's wage earners belonging to the mandatory vaccination group, it is easy to see that the impact this will have on your constituents. I think it is safe to assume that anyone who wanted to get vaccinated in this state would have the opportunity to get it by now. If this regulation is passed, it will have a large impact on the people of this state. This will affect me personally because I work for a construction company with more than 100 employees. I will not take the shot for reasons I will explain shortly. Many of my fellow carpenters and tradesmen feel the same. Some are here today. It costs us a day's pay to be here, but we wanted our voices to be heard. The thought of losing my job is very concerning, but the principle here is tyrannical. My two sons also will be affected in the same way. One of them, whose wife is a physical therapist, told me that she has to be tested twice a week because she has refused the shot and she has a religious exemption. And so she's able to keep working. Her sister had worked as an RNA at a skilled nursing facility in Bedford for a few years. She just got her RN certificate and 2 weeks later was fired for refusing to get the shot. This was 2 months ago. There are hundreds of similar instances that can be heard that have the same outcome. We should have the final say as to what goes into our body, not some bureaucrat in Washington. As the pro-abortion crowd likes to claim, it's my body, it's my choice. My reasons for being unvaccinated are: 1, the use of aborted fetal tissue; number 2, insufficient testing; number 3, inability to factually support all of its benefits; number 4, natural immunity; 5, negative side effects; 6, obtained viral antibodies; 7, I am healthy with no morbidity factors. Sorry, I'm having trouble with that one. So my questions are, why should I get vaccinated if I already had COVID? An Israeli study stated that the antibodies built up after contracting the virus are 17 times better than getting the vaccine. Why should I get vaccinated if I have natural immunity? The studies are incomplete, but there are indications that certain blood types give greater protection against the virus than others. Why should I want to trust the FDA, who has recalled consumer products? You all know about Roundup. And just last week, 2 blood pressure medicines were recalled because of possible carcinogenic implications. Why the recall? Because further, more extensive testing in a broader scope revealed the problems. This vaccine was rushed through, approved by the FDA, which I've been told is not, but I didn't know that. But we will not know the long-term side effects for this for many, many years. What about herd immunity? The Amish in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, hit it head on. You can watch an interview at Full Measure with Cheryl Atkinson, Amish COVID. It's a short video, and it explains how they handled this situation. They hit it head on. Finally, what about the side effects? If you've not heard about some of the side effects of this shot, you need to take your head out of the sand. There are many incidences of people having adverse short and long-term side effects after getting the vaccination. One lady I talked to told me of 4 female friends who have had their female cycles altered after getting the shot. All 4 were nurses who were forced to get it. None were in New Hampshire. There are many who have developed blood clots that have subsequently led to strokes and heart attacks. Others have ongoing issues negatively affecting them, causing loss of work time. At last count, there were around 20,000 deaths attributed to the vaccine. I watched a video Saturday night that I would like to bring to everyone's attention, and with this I will finish. The interview was with Dr. John Campbell and Kyle Mears. It is 42 minutes long, and it is well worth the watch. Mears is a professional mountain biker. He's 29 years old in peak perfect physical condition. On June 2nd, he got his second dose of Pfizer vaccine. 2 weeks later, his resting heart rate was 25% higher than normal. And he knows this because he monitors everything, because he does videos for mountain biking. Things worsened, and he ended up in the hospital with a heart rate of 160, sustained at 135 for 2 hours. After several trips back and forth to the hospital, numerous doctor's appointments, he was diagnosed with pericarditis and POTS. He has been virtually housebound for 4 months. Reactive arthritis continues to plague him. He ended up hearing of other people's reaction because of his popularity in the mountain biking crowd and found many people having similar reactions. He has started a support group online called React 19 to help others in need. On January 4th, I will be fired from my job. I've been there 32 years. I don't blame them for it. They are forced to do so because of the unjustifiable fines they will have to pay, which, by the way, is upwards of $14,000, in case you didn't know. What's worse, they will lose at least 25 to 35% of their workforce. I would certainly be able to claim a religious exemption, but there are no exemptions, including a medical exemption. The vaccine does not prevent you from getting the virus, nor does it prevent the recipient from spreading it. So why get it? For me, a healthy, fit man, I'll take my chances, but it should be a choice that I make based on fact and conviction, not coercion and fear of retribution. We have no motorcycle helmet law in this state. It's a choice for each rider, a risk each one takes to bear it or not, to wear it or not, which I think exemplifies our motto. If these mandates and regulations are upheld and enacted, we will have to have another one of these public hearings to discuss a new motto for our state, because live free or die would be a false statement, a lie. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions from Michael? There being none, thank you, Michael, very much. Next up is Paula Johnson. Paula?
Mighty tall people in here. Good morning, my name is Paula Johnson. I live in Nashua, and I want to say everybody who's testified today has made extraordinary great points here. You know, we live in a state that the motto is live free or die. I came to this state over 40 years ago, and you could still hear my New York accent. And I thank God every day I'm not with Bill de Blasio down in New York. I also sat in Representative Hall from 2005 to 2006. And these are our forefathers that gave us our freedom that wants to be taken away from us. Because our president, who's not my president, and I'm going to say this because everybody said when President Trump was in there that he wasn't their president, he did not give us mandates like this, which is not a law. You cannot mandate people to take a vaccine. I can't because I have autoimmune, and I don't like to talk about my health condition. I have been discriminated against at my job because I cannot wear a mask. I haven't worked since August 16th, and I've been fighting with them. I'm losing my job most likely this week because I cannot wear a mask because of health issues. I go into panic attacks now. Is that right to do to us, the people? We did not create this pandemic. This came from the Wuhan labs with Dr. Fauci, who has taken our money and has caused all this. And when you listen to one of the speakers who said, we were supposed to be inside for 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Oh, hey, people, what the hell is going on here? Where's the curve? There is no curve anymore. My husband lost his job. He had to get a new job. I thank the federal government for giving us so much money that we, the people, deserve because we worked for all this money, so they just gave us a big refund. Wasn't that nice of them? But when you think about the reality, ask all you committee members, who took money from Pfizer and Merck? Who took it? Because I know which senators did. Why don't we start exposing each and every one of them right now? Because you know what? You can't sit on this committee or vote and vote honestly because you've been bought and paid for. We all know it.
Ma'am,
And so has our governor.
excuse me. Let's stick to the policy, not the
I am
people.
sticking to the policy
policy, not
because
the
it is
people.
part of the policy.
Thank you.
And when you first opened up the meeting, you had a list of all, I was trying to write everything down, but I couldn't. Why should children who have 0% of getting COVID have to wear masks in school? They shouldn't. What are they doing to the psyche of these children? These kids that had to be out of school for a year, year and a half, mentally, suicide, they forgot what their friends look like. Matter of fact, on election day in Nashua, I was talking to an alderman. We were 6 feet apart. All of a sudden he says to me, "Are you vaccinated?" None of his business. Nobody needs to know if it's true or it's false. I said no. Next thing I know, he walked 6 feet away. But I was 6 feet away from him anyway, and he had a mask on. So if these masks work, why do people have to be vaccinated? If they're vaccinated, why do they have to still wear a mask? Because Dr. Fauci said that's what we have to do. Keep getting jabbed, keep getting jabbed, keep getting jabbed. And we don't know what the long-term effects are on these children. That's right, they're coming for our kids now. My kids, I'm grateful they're all grown, but I got small grandchildren now. I look at these poor innocent faces that never know anything about racism until we teach it to them. They love everybody, but what happens to them? They go out into the real world, and then we lose them. And then we poison their brains with everything. And then we have the mask mandate, and then what are we going to do? Say the kids can't come to school and they have another immunization? Well, let's talk about immunizations. What about the MMR? When the doctor said she, with her double mask, she couldn't understand anything she was talking about. And you say that, you're going to put me on your Facebook page? I don't want to be on your Facebook page, please. I don't want to be on your Facebook page. I don't care. I don't want to be on your fake news page.
Ma'am, you can go back to policy. Let's talk about policy.
And then what do we do to these poor kids? We mask them up at school. They can't see their friends. We vaccinate them and the MMR. And we know about what happened with the MMR, autism. And I remember when my oldest son, in the 1980s, and I watched Phil Donahue. By today's standards, he'd probably be super liberal, I don't know. But he talked about the pertussis and the brain damage. And you saw these poor children in the wheelchair. And your heart broke because these were innocent lives. And then I heard that other doctor, what was her name? Dr. Smith, I think it was. I got notes everywhere, Dr. Smith. And she talked about polio, and she talked about all the other vaccines. Well, you know, if you get, you know, the nurses, you get shingles, you can use lemon balm, you know. If you get sick, I think I had COVID in March of 2020. I was deathly ill. I asked my doctor 4 or 5 times, do you want to test me? And she said, no, you don't have the symptoms. What are? Let's talk about the symptoms. The symptoms are like the flu. The same thing as the flu. They didn't have enough symptoms, so they threw stomach aches in there. So if kids go to school and they don't feel good, they go home and they have to be tested for COVID. And they got to be tested, and they got to be tested. Well, what happened when the flu went around the schools? We didn't disinfect and we didn't mask the kids or the teachers. And we have more deaths from the flu for kids and teachers depending on which flu it was. What about the norovirus? What happens with that? People come off the cruise ship that's deathly ill and it goes rampant through the nursing homes. And it's very disrespectful if anybody be texting when people are talking. And so what happens with that? We never masked people up. We never disinfected. And so you have to really take a look at what has COVID done to us. The reset on the economy, that's what it was all supposed to be. We've masked everybody. We have employer mandates that people are going to lose their jobs. We have now the trucking industry. I was listening to Attorney Lee Dundas. I don't know if anybody knows who she is. She's in California Civil Rights. That from today, for 4 days, they're going to start shutting down the trucking industry because of employer mandates. Well, guess what? 2 weeks before Thanksgiving is here, you better go stock up in your house now and hoard the food. And then what's coming up? Christmas. And who are going to get hurt? The poor kids. Again, it comes back to we the people. It comes back to these children that are in schools, and most schools do not have any policy for medical or religious for these students not to wear a mask and to not to have to take vaccines, and that's the next thing that's going to happen. It's about time that our legislature stands up, because we, for a year and a half, had a life of hell in this state when our governor continuously had these executive orders. And in those executive orders, 74, it exempted a lot. And people with disabilities that did not have to wear masks, that were forced upon in the city of Nashua, even with medical reasons. You had to bring a note, although Executive Order 74 said you did not have. Executive Order said that teachers, students, and administrators didn't have to wear masks. Oh, but they did. So where are we going here, people? We elected you to represent us, not to represent the administration, not to represent the governor, to represent all of us in this audience. And I know people because I've been at so many rallies. You've been elected to protect us from Big Pharma. But although many people, I think everybody in the Senate has taken big dollars from Pfizer and other companies, so how can you vote? How can you vote to protect us? Even the governor took $93,000 worth of Pfizer money. So how can he be there for us, we the people? And you might say it's not part of this, but it really is. Because when you take money from lobbyists, you are no longer representing us, we the people, that we vote all of you in, you work for all of us, and we shouldn't have to be standing here and rallying time after time after time for our rights, our protection from the state and federal government and even from the local municipalities. We the people, remember that, it's we the people, you work for us. And it's about time you start working for us because we've had enough. Enough of this COVID, enough of the masks, enough of the mandates telling us that we have to be vaccinated in either to work, to go on a plane, to go into a store. It's going to happen to have the quality of life because that's what's been taken away from us, our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Paula? Not seeing any? Next up is, again, I remind everybody about time and conciseness. If you're bringing up new points or just hit points that have already been said. Eliza Hale.
Hi, my name's Eliza Hale. I live in Nashua, New Hampshire. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in this public comment session. I'm a resident of New Hampshire and also work in the healthcare system here in our state. Both my husband and I are directly impacted by the current COVID vaccine mandates brought on by the federal government. The current state of events in this country has blessed me with relearning, as an adult, the Constitution, both the U.S. and New Hampshire's Constitution. Our founding fathers built our country and our state on the grounds that each man and woman has natural, inherent rights to life, liberty, and ultimately seeking and obtaining happiness. We are protected in the Constitution from discrimination based on our race, creed, color, sex, or national origin. So, as far to my knowledge, nowhere in the Constitution does it state that our government has any rights to our body. In fact, to my knowledge, the Constitution does exactly the opposite, stating we have the right to live free from government intrusion in private or personal information. And this is a natural and inherent right, meaning they are pre-existing the government. These rights are meant to protect the citizens, but yet we are all here fighting for something we already have. I am not here today because I know how to define a medical intervention. I really wish I did. I will continue to pray for each of you on this committee. I am here to stand up for my natural, inherent rights. I am here to urge the legislation to protect those rights the Constitution clearly states. The federal government has overstepped its reach massively. The state of New Hampshire has the power to protect us, its citizens, from these mandates that will surely change the landscape of this great state in many negative ways. I cannot speak to every field of work, but I can to our healthcare system as I have been in it for 18 years. Our workforce has been hit very hard over the last 18 months, and if we are not protected from the current mandates the federal government is attempting to place on us, our healthcare in New Hampshire will be hit even harder, losing even more of its workforce. What then? What will happen if you have an injury or a loved one that is gravely ill? I honestly do not know how we will be able to provide adequate and safe health care to this state if things continue moving in this direction. I am not here begging for you to save my job or anyone else's, but I am here to stand up and demand the legislature in this state protect its citizens and the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Eliza? Not seeing any. Thank you, Eliza. Next up is Gary York of Hopkinton.
Thank you, members of the committee, for serving on this important topic. I'm here today to testify for my son, who fortunately could not be here. And I say fortunately because he still has a job. He's working today. Unfortunately, he's going to be terminated within 3 weeks as a worker who works in a very underappreciated, underpaid, overworked job as a mental health counselor at a large New Hampshire organization. I'm very proud of him. He works in a very noble profession. He's going to be losing his job. HR has considered this a voluntary resignation, only to allow him to receive compensation for unused vacation time. He will do okay in the end, but I'm worried about his own mental health right now. And this is a state, and probably across the nation as well, where mental health is considered a problem for states, countries, counties, everywhere. And now there will be one less mental health counselor available for people who are truly in need. He started to say goodbye to his long-term clients of 10 years. He's had to make the announcement to his associates. It's not been hard. He's had a hard time. People have talked earlier about how businesses will suffer, and I can't speak to that, but I know by example that I think the mental health organizations will be losing a very good worker, and I'm sad for that. I can't speak to the businesses of New Hampshire that are undergoing these mandates, but others have. And we will continue to see probably deterioration in the workforce from A to Z. I'd just like to address some of the personal effects of mandates. Mandates have allowed people to shame the unvaccinated. Former friends of ours, I won't say former, I will say friends who are maybe less friendly now, have actually said in a group, we should find out who's unvaccinated and shame them. We should do that. No amount of shaming is going to make people take a vaccination that they have every right to refuse. We will never reach herd immunity through vaccination. Accept that fact. It will not happen. Mandates have allowed discrimination. We all know when we go into different stores, we see the signs. You must wear a mask if you're unvaccinated. I wear a mask if I'm unvaccinated or not. I'm worried about the vaccinated people. I've got a mask on today, but I took it off to speak. I worry about vaccinated people who are gathering and pretending things are all normal, thinking that they're at no risk to transmit the disease. We know that's not true. Lastly, I think about isolation. We think twice about gathering with our friends. The topic of vaccination will come up inevitably, and we feel embarrassed, but why should we? It's time to stop that. It's time to educate the vaccinated people that, yeah, well, we're no more at risk than you are. So we've lost friends, but we find our own tribe. I've found a lot of new friends today. I don't know them, but they're already friends of mine. So this is how we get by all this. In closing, I'd like to say that we all must hold very strongly the belief that we have a right to medical freedom. This is medical freedom for all. We have to hold on to that. If we lose it, we're at peril. And I'd like to use a phrase that my niece has used in the past. By the way, she has already lost her job at Mass General Hospital. She's a medical oncologist. She feels that her body is more important than a job. She's given up her job and will be looking for a new job. She uses the phrase dark and sinister, and I use that phrase a lot now. What is happening now is dark and sinister. Be careful of what is going to follow. We're living in a dark and sinister world if we allow these things to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Any questions for Mr. York? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you for your son and daughter's service in the healthcare field. Riza Evans.
Hi. Thank you to the committee for holding this discussion.
Sorry, could you step a little closer to the mic? Thank you.
Thank you to the committee for holding this hearing on such an important topic. And also thank you to the many speakers for your eloquence and passion, which is so inspiring to me personally. So my name is Risa Evans, and I live in Kentucky with my husband and daughter and our dogs. I'm a lawyer, and I also teach over at the law school. I teach legal writing. As you may know, the University of New Hampshire recently mandated vaccines for all employees because it is a federal contractor. So as will become obvious, the views that I am expressing here today are my own and not my employer's. I think that vaccine mandates and vaccine passports are a terrible idea, and that the censorship, coercion, discrimination, and scapegoating that surround them pose a far greater threat to humanity than does COVID-19 itself. The committee has heard a lot of testimony, very compelling, about the individual costs of these mandates, and I would like to just spend a few minutes talking about how the costs to society as a whole far outweigh any claimed public health benefits, and why we should do everything that we can here in New Hampshire to keep vaccine mandates out. So first, about the cost to society. I think we're all seeing, as a result of expanding system of vaccine mandates, we are increasingly becoming a segregated, two-tiered society. And I think it's important to fully imagine what this means, not just right now, but also in the months and years ahead if we don't put a stop to this. So let's do that. On the one hand, we have people who, for a variety of very good reasons, have not and will not comply with the mandates. If you fall into this category, like so many people here, you find yourself increasingly barred from your own life, as the efforts to obtain your compliance lead to exclusion from key aspects of civil society, such as jobs, schools, travel, places of worship, and more. And because government mandates are always backed up by enforcement mechanisms, if the soft coercion doesn't work, down the road, there's always the possibility of force, whatever that might look like. So on the other hand, we have people who have complied with the mandates, whether under duress or because, as it is for many people, vaccination was the right choice for them. If you fall into this category, society is open to you. You're free to access education, employment, travel, entertainment, and so on. There's just one catch. Your medical passport needs to be fully up to date. When it expires, it's time for another booster. Until you get that booster, you no longer count as fully vaccinated. And if you don't get it, if you start to question the efficacy or safety or necessity for more boosters, you are relegated to the ranks of the non-compliant with all that entails. Now, some people might say that however dystopian this vision, such a society is worth it because vaccine mandates are necessary to protect public health and to end the pandemic. And on this point, I would disagree. Like many well-credentialed independent scientists and physicians around the globe, I believe that the three public health justifications that are claimed in support of vaccine mandates just don't cut it. First, vaccine mandates can't and won't lead to herd immunity, as evidenced by Israel and all the other countries with high vaccination rates that still have COVID coming back wave after wave. It's also unlikely because viral mutation in animal reservoirs mean that it's going to keep coming back in different forms. And there's also the possibility that the vaccines themselves are driving viral evolution towards vaccine-resistant variants. So herd immunity is not a justification. Second, vaccine mandates unfortunately do not protect the vulnerable because the vaccines, as we know, don't reliably prevent infection and transmission. So they lead to a dangerous false sense of security. It's like if you have 3 guns and you know one of them is loaded, you have to treat them as if they're all loaded, right? And it's the same thing. We can't distinguish between the treatment of the vaccinated and the unvaccinated with respect to the potential for spread because we all can spread the virus. And finally, vaccine mandates aren't necessary to keep hospitals from overflowing for a lot of reasons, chief among them the fact that there are early treatment options for COVID that can help to keep people out of the hospital if they do contract COVID-19, whether they're vaccinated or not. So you might be thinking, you know, who are you to make these assertions, right? I'm not a doctor, I'm not a scientist, and you're right, I'm not. And I don't expect anyone to believe my conclusions about public health based on my say-so. But I am a critical thinker, and so are you, and so is everyone in this room. And this is where critical thinking is really vital. I think we all have a duty to ask probing questions when our personal health and civil liberties and societal well-being are at stake. We have a duty to read and listen beyond the simplistic messages of the mainstream media sources and institutions, and we need to consider the many intelligent and thoughtful independent physicians and scientists around the globe who speak from experience and who have nothing to gain by their words except that they want to help humanity. To people who say that we should leave the thinking to the experts, I say that's balderdash. In jury trials, we ask lay jurors to reach million-dollar verdicts all the time. In medical malpractice cases, in patent cases, we ask lay people to evaluate highly complex technical, medical, and scientific information. Jurors can do it, we can do it, you can do it, we have to do it. This kind of independent thinking is just too important to outsource. There's no reason for coercion, discrimination, scapegoating, and censorship. There's no excuse for systematically barring people from work, education, travel, religion, and daily life based on their vaccination status. please do your utmost to set us on a better course. Thank you.
Thank you, Riza. Any questions for Attorney Evans? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, ma'am. If you want to give it to Erica there, she'll make sure everyone gets copies of it. We have 9 more cards left of people testifying. Next up is Laura Condon.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I must say, I am wholly impressed with all of those folks who've come before me and who have testified. I've been an advocate for vaccine choice for well over a decade, and I'm really impressed with how much research the public has done to inform themselves and ask thoughtful questions and make thoughtful decisions. You all should applaud yourselves. My name is Laura Condon. I'm from Bedford. I'm a volunteer New Hampshire Director of Advocacy with the National Vaccine Information Center. I advocate for voluntary informed consent for all vaccines. I serve to educate and inform and direct to resources as are needed. I assist with exemptions and assist with compliance with VAERS reporting. I assist those who've been injured or have died with claims in the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. And I have served 5 years as public member on the board of directors of the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. And I understand this committee's charge was to look at immunization policy as a whole, but certainly there's been a lot of attention here today to COVID. And so I'm going to give a shout out, a thank you to COVID and for the COVID vaccines for finally bringing the much needed conversation to vaccine policy and what needs to be addressed and what needs to change. Please know that mandates are not a part of a civilized society. Where there is risk, there must be choice. We all know that vaccines are not without risk. In some of the prior testimony on other days, there seemed to be considerable confusion about vaccine schedules. Some people thought it was just a few vaccines, maybe 3 that children got. They didn't get it till they were 4 or 5 years old. I can assure you it's more than 3 vaccines. The child vaccine schedule is now up to 72 doses of vaccines between birth and age 18. You can look this up on the CDC website. They will provide you with the schedules. There is, I don't know how many pages it is. What is it, 16 pages? This is the child vaccine schedule. And remember, when you're talking about a shot such as MMR, that's 3 vaccines in 1 shot. And there's multiple doses of that. Also, what some people are now realizing, there's actually an adult vaccine schedule as well, which is a new initiative by the federal government. So now adults are facing similar mandates to children. Sadly, I got this piece of mail recently, and it refers to the New Hampshire Simplified Immunization Schedule. This is not the New Hampshire Simplified Immunization Schedule. This is the CDC recommended vaccine schedule. And it is misinformation to represent that this is the schedule that has been approved and required here in New Hampshire. There are, in New Hampshire, certain requirements on children. For children in daycare, there are 23 doses of vaccines required. For children in school, there are 33 doses of vaccines required. What I'm going to note on both of these schedules, and it's been touched on here today, is natural immunity from acquired disease infection. In fact, the New Hampshire laws and rules provide for natural immunity for school children. And I will read here from the school requirements for this coming year: documentation of immunity by confirmed laboratory tests is acceptable for measles, mumps, rubella, varicella, and hepatitis B. Natural immunity is recognized for those viral illnesses. It is time we recognize it for the COVID viral illness as well. And on that note, the testing is for antibodies, and I hope that people will be mindful in evaluating vaccines to bring them to market. The measure of efficacy is based on a measure of antibodies. So if antibodies are good enough to approve a vaccine for efficacy, then certainly they're good enough to demonstrate natural acquired immunity. I know that Representative Lang, one of the concerns you had mentioned, and the reason for calling for this committee, is the vaccine requirements imposed on foster families. I testified against those rules. They were not needed rules. They were not required rules by the federal law, and I could not find authority in New Hampshire statute to actually impose those rules. When I inquired of a jail car attorney, the statutory authority, I was told to ask DHHS. When I asked DHHS, their attorney gave me no response. I could find no statutory authority for those requirements. In fact, what those requirements do, and the question was raised earlier, if those foster family rules for vaccines require COVID shots, indeed they do. They require COVID shots on children. All children in a foster family household, not just foster children, the biological children who reside there, and that is up to age 21. So that includes 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, and 20-year-olds now must have a COVID shot. And I will read from a letter that was issued by the Children of Foster Family Services, September 22nd, 2020, from the department. For all children residing in the home, if serving children under the age of 6, or any child with special medical needs, that could mean something simple as asthma, maybe learning disabilities. All vaccinations as recommended by the vaccine schedule available on the CDC website. You might be aware, committee members, that the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices just recently recommended the COVID shots for children aged 5 through 11. That now imposes that mandate on foster family children. So I hope that addresses that question that came up there. Next. Okay, this is my place here. Then there is, and I should be mindful too, the requirement for foster families. Please be aware that foster parents who lose their children to the foster system do not lose their parental rights, their rights to make medical decisions for their children, barring a court order. So any notion that these vaccines simply could be imposed on these foster children is wrong, legally wrong. There is, and I know that this committee is charged with looking at all immunization policy. So I would like you to look at the statute RSA 141C. Under RSA 141C, these COVID shots aren't immunizations. I shall read the definition of immunization from statute. Immunization means inoculation with a specific antigen to promote antibody formation in the body. None of the COVID shots contain antigen. They do not meet the definition of immunization under New Hampshire statute. So there's a number of things to look at and clean up in law. And again, New Hampshire law should provide for natural immunity. It is the science. We need to have verifiable data from DHHS on disease, cases, illness, and deaths. Individual families must be able to verify these records. We certainly hold a lot of people accountable for a lot of things, But when I look at the COVID dashboard and I see here that DHHS has reported 1,597 total deaths to COVID, there's no way to verify that. You wouldn't even know if a family member who passed away was one of those numbers. And you might wish to dispute it. There is no way to verify this and audit it, and that is a sorely needed checks and balance that we need here to verify that information. Because, and quite honestly, DHHS has far less information on what they report than the VAERS system, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, that I know some people are doubtful about and don't quite understand.
Laura, I just asked you to kind of wrap it up a little bit. You've gone over 10 minutes
down
now.
because I'm getting to the bottom of the pile here. So really this is, and I want people to be aware, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System is the system that the CDC uses to track adverse events. The COVID vaccine now reports 18,078 deaths. 57 of those are in New Hampshire. There have been 0 child deaths from COVID reported in New Hampshire, and 2 child deaths in New Hampshire reported from the vaccines. As far as the burden on hospitals, I know that some people have talked about the burden of COVID illness on hospitals. Please be mindful that the Vaccine Adverse Reporting System have reported almost 89,000 hospitalizations and nearly 96,000 urgent care visits. So certainly the effects of vaccination are now without an impact on our health system. What we should also know in those VAERS numbers, one of the things that was rolled out in the beginning when medical providers were getting these shots, they were given a system called vSafe. It is a cell phone-based system where they will report adverse effects. And I've talked to some of those people, and they said, oh, sure, I reported to VAERS. It was on my cell phone. I said, no, you reported to vSafe. Did you report to VAERS? Well, no, I did vSafe. So these numbers we're citing from VAERS don't include the adverse effects reported to vSafe. So those numbers are very, very low, very low. So in wrapping up here, I want to remind people that vaccines are not without risk of failure and risk of significant harm, including death. And I remind you, 2 children have died in New Hampshire following COVID vaccination. None ever died from COVID itself. Vaccines are not hairnets, as you've heard in testimony on another day. Vaccines permanently alter your body, many times not for the better. They're not something you can take off when you go home from work. Vaccines are truly not hairnuts. Voluntary works. We have evidence of that through the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. 76% of the budget spent on child vaccines in New Hampshire are for vaccines that are consumed on a voluntary basis. When shots are free, available everywhere, if they are truly safe and effective, people will line up for them. No mandates are needed. And let me wrap up with a reminder, where there is risk, there must be choice, and I hope with COVID and the COVID vaccines, this will finally move the needle on that and recognize there should be choice for all vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Any questions for Ms. Condon? Thank you. You're all set, Laura. So, Laura, I will just give you an update. I filed a petition with HHS to reopen the foster family. They replied back they're not reopening that rule because they are not mandating the COVID vaccine for foster families. That was their interpretation. I'll deal with that later. I'm just letting you know the update on that. Yeah. Thomas McLeod. So we have a couple added, so I think we have 9 more speakers at this point. My goal would be to, considering it's 11:30, is just to run through the 9 speakers before we take a break.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Thomas McLeod. I am the chair of the Liberty Defense Fund of New Hampshire, and I am also a member of the leadership of Health Freedom New Hampshire, which is a 501c4 advocacy organization that's been active since 2016. And on a personal note, my family and I moved to New Hampshire from our home in Vermont for health freedom. We saw the writing on the wall, and we understood that it was a politically unsafe environment, and an unsafe environment to be raising children with all kinds of medical mandates coming down. In 2018, my associates and I hosted a conference on health freedom where we just invited speakers to talk about the issue of bodily autonomy and the science behind vaccination. And the hostility and the threats coming from the media and members of the community, and this was in Stowe, Vermont, were so extreme that the conference had to be protected by 20 state troopers. That's when I decided I had had enough. So I just want to speak briefly about 3 subjects. Our organization has assisted about 60 employees with their requests for religious accommodation under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And I have to say that there is tremendous amount of misinformation about these so-called exemptions. A lot of it is coming from the employers themselves, and a lot of it is coming from various government entities. For example, many employers are being told if you don't have a letter from your clergy, then you can't get an exemption. Or if your description of your religious conviction and the reason you can't take a vaccine doesn't fit into a 3-line description on a form, then you can't get a religious exemption, et cetera, et cetera. So the cases that I've seen where employees have filed a fully described description of their religious beliefs and how that impacted their decision to refuse the vaccine have mostly been granted. It takes a tremendous amount of effort and research to write one of these, and I think that regulation is in order to prevent employers from misinforming employees about the exemption process. So the Universal Declaration of Bioethics and Human Rights was a UN declaration that was put in place in 2005, ratified by 193 countries, including the US. And this document defines consent as being prior, free, and informed. And it is there to protect the individual, not the doctor, not the medical researcher. But today in New Hampshire, as in many states, we have informed consent, but the informed consent is there to protect the practitioner from liability or a medical researcher from charges of unethical conduct. We need a definition of informed consent that protects the bodily autonomy of the individual, not the practitioner. And HB 220, as it was originally introduced, attempted to do that. Now we're having this committee to review and to define what a medical intervention is, because we seem to have failed to do that with the version of HB 220 that passed. So a working definition of what a medical intervention is any procedure or action that breaks or passes through the skin, bodily or bodily orifice for the purpose of diagnosing, testing, treatment, or prevention of any disease or medical condition. It's really that simple. So that includes any injection of a pharmaceutical, any surgery, water fluoridation, which is added to the water to prevent dental caries. It does not include routine vision and hearing tests, a routine physical for employment or school. It does not include a 24-week ultrasound. It does not include a breathalyzer test. It does not include temperature check. And there is a gray area having to do with manipulations such as routine chiropractic adjustments. So I'd like to start with a definition like that and refine it as necessary. Right now, just to wrap up, right now we have virtually no protections for individuals when their informed consent has been violated. In 2019, a woman brought her child to a pediatrician in Nashua and refused a vaccine. They actually locked the door and prevented her from leaving until she signed an AAP waiver. She refused to sign the waiver, and she had to call 911 in order to be let out of the medical office. So where I'm going with that is, right now today, if you ask a hospital administrator, do patients have the absolute right to refuse a medical treatment, a recommendation? And a lot of times you'll get a very gray answer. They'll say something like, well, it's a group decision. It's a decision made by the team. That's really not the question. The question is, does the individual have the liberty interest? Do they have the right in and of themselves to make that choice to refuse? And as we don't have that choice right now. The hospital makes the choice for us, and they will very oftentimes become coercive when the individual doesn't make the choice that they want you to make. They don't. They'll cut back visitation, or they'll prevent you from calling a lawyer, or they'll make things difficult for you in many other ways. So this is absolutely essential that informed consent be defined as an individual right and individual liberty to protect bodily autonomy. And with that, I'll wrap up if there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. Any questions for Mr. McLeod? Not seeing any. We're all set. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up is David, I'm going to butcher that last name, LaRue. So while David's coming up, I did want to, the goal of this committee was not necessarily to focus on just immunizations. It was where in state law we currently have medical interventions where we have shalls and shall nots in law, where the government says you must do this or the government says you cannot do that. And that could be either in state law or could be in state rules, is what we're looking to expand upon here in addition to the immunization question. So House Bill 220, which is a bill I've sponsored, was the beginning of this conversation. That bill banned government from mandating on a broad basis vaccinations as a condition of participating in society. So as you're testifying, as we're talking, again, our goal here was to look at larger. We know there are some places where medical interventions are warranted. I'm a former police officer, so I use things like a suicidal person, right? There's a reason for a law enforcement officer to make that person get some mental health care and put them into a facility to allow them to get the treatment they need, at least initially, so they're not suicidal and not walk away from them. So there's a case of medical intervention. Another case I use is corrections, right? So if you have an inmate who gets stabbed in prison, you're not going to walk away from that inmate while they need medical care. The corrections is going to get them stitched up so they don't bleed out on the floor. And then lastly, we talk about some simple things in everyday life, things like someone who's heavily intoxicated, where they may go and put away to be dried out, or put it so they don't have alcohol poisoning. As a former police officer, it's not uncommon for me to bring somebody to the hospital and say, check their blood, make sure they're not at levels for death before we go and just take them to the jail to sober up. So again, not uncommon. So we were looking for areas in law around there and rules that are beyond the simple immunization, which we've been talking mostly of today. So just as if anybody goes home and thinks about things like that, if you could feel free to email the committee so we have that information. Sorry, David, didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Quite all right. My name is David LaPerue. I am from Alexandria. And, I'd love to talk broad scale because I think that's really where we're at. We can nickel and dime the minutia of your evidence versus my evidence, your science versus my science. You have a doctor, we have a doctor. We can go back and forth until perpetuity comes, okay? That is not the question here. The question is, broadly, is this right? Is this moral? Is this how our government should operate? And I've been thinking as I've been sitting, who should I talk to this committee and this audience as? Should I speak as a person who has a child on the way? Should I speak as somebody who's an off-grid homesteader? Should I speak as somebody who is a New Hampshire State certified EMT? Should I speak as somebody who has done a 120-pound body transformation and used to have comorbidities? Should I speak as somebody who owned a personal training gym, who my business and $300,000 was wrapped up in helping people to become more healthy, to avoid all medical problems? Do I speak as somebody who has done group fitness training, who has been a lifeguard? Do I speak as a blue-collar worker who for the first year and some change of this, I drove a garbage truck and plowed snow? I was the one picking up the dumpsters full of mass, full of this supposed biohazard. We got no incentive pay. We got no hazard pay. We were given no special PPE. Who do I speak to you as? Do I speak to you as a blue-collar Joe American? That is the question, because we all come from different places, but all of us are covered under the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. All men are created equal. We have recognized that we have had inequities and we have had minority groups who have advocated that they were not being treated fairly. Just in this room, right there, we have multiple signs, evidence of discrimination, face covering required. Shall we also have a black section next? I was so excited because I was able to actually stop and drink out of the public water fountain, because last time I went to my newfound school board meeting, I was not allowed to drink from the public water fountain because it was closed due to COVID. Are we working towards masked or unmasked seating for our reps? Are we working towards vaxxed or unvaxxed seating if these kind of interventions generally continue to be applied? I spent a month on the roadside outside of Dartmouth Hitchcock in Lebanon, and I met countless nurses, practitioners, LNAs, people who work in the hospital, in sanitation, in food, all saying the same thing. Dartmouth Hitchcock Health is the second largest employer in the state, only behind the actual state. They are the largest private employer. And it has grieved my heart, and many of the people that I know are in this room with, because I have known them and stood with them since Dartmouth Hitchcock Health brought out their medical mandates. And it grieves me that these conversations and action and a real spotlight on these issues has only been brought after it was a red versus blue, federal versus state issue. The time to stand was when the largest employer in the state made a policy that said, you will vaccinate, apply for some kind of an exemption, which may or may not be granted, and then when we get done deciding whether or not your religion is valid, we may or may not fire you. And by signing on to this, you have now agreed to your own termination. Please tell me who makes occupational health the arbiter of your religion in this country. I have a friend who has had the influenza vaccine as a religious exemption. She was approved by her employer for a religious exemption for the influenza vaccine. And then she was denied a religious exemption and now no longer works for that hospital for COVID. I'd like to read some numbers, okay? I will speak to you as a critical thinker, as Joe Blow. This is from covid19.nh.gov/dashboard. I have followed this website since last March, since it came up, March, April, whenever this came up, when we had less than 200 cases in the state, okay? All of these numbers I recorded off of this official.gov site when I was sitting there. These are the most current numbers the actual state will provide us. Google states that New Hampshire has a population from the 2019 census of 1.36 million. I've heard it's about 1.4 million. I did some math while I was sitting there. We'll use 1.3 million when I tell you these numbers. So these numbers will actually be higher percentages than the truth. In 1.3 million citizens of New Hampshire, in 18 months, give or take, we have been dealing with this. We have had 139,324 cases. In 18 months, we have barely had 10.5, the exact number is 10.71, but as I say, this is a little inflated because I rounded the population down. 10% of New Hampshire has even tested positive in over a year and a half. Yet I hear people say, we don't want this to continue forever. This is not a long-term thing. This is not about getting booster shots into perpetuity. This is not about making people test forever. This isn't going to hang around forever. Well, how long is it going to take before enough people have herd immunity, or we have tested, or we've beat this dead horse into submission, and the pharmaceuticals have enough money that we can no longer continue this? Hospitalizations, 1.3 million people, 18 months, 1,935. The total cases is the only percentage I will read you that does not start with a zero. 1,935 hospitalizations of 1.3 million people, 0.148. Why do we have hospitals? To treat people that are sick. The hospitals are doing their jobs. ICU, 597 people out of 1.3 million in 18 months. Here's another zero, 0.045% of New Hampshire has been hospitalized with this. Deaths, 1,597, 0.12. Look, I'm not a cold person. Many of you who have heard me speak before, I get broken to tears because I am equal parts unhappy with our government and heartbroken for my nation. This brings me to tears, but it is not lost on me that I have no grandparents left. My father has been dead for years. I'm 34. It did not take COVID or some miraculous novel virus that is so contagious that in 18 months we've barely scratched 10% of the population. Okay? It did not take any of that for all of my family members in that regard to already have passed. Of the 1,597 deaths, 60% are in long-term care. Now, objectively, let's take the feelings out of this because we don't legislate on feelings. We don't do medicine on feelings. We do evidence-based medicine. We legislate on what is statistically significant. We make policy of laws, not mandates. We legislate and the public gets comment. I will not thank you, and this is not a disrespect, but I will not thank you for being allowed public input on things that are going to affect us. That is the requirement. I will thank you guys for coming. Okay? 60% long-term care. Objectively, who is in long-term care? People who are not just elderly, often elderly, but people who are already sickly for a whole variety of reasons, and objectively closer to death. As I heard it said when the great Johnny Cash died when I was in high school, that he had one foot in the grave and the other on a banana peel. That is just a statistical fact, okay? Of the long-term care settings, this website also breaks down healthcare workers. We have had 11 healthcare workers die. 0.7% of those, sorry, I forgot which number that was, but 11 hospital workers have died. This has been thrown everywhere as the hospitals are so high risk. We need to force all of this stuff. In 18 months, we've had 11 hospital workers or long-term care people die. Now, under 30, because what is coming if medical interventions are continued to be pushed as legitimate without proper informed consent by coercive measures, if these things are continued, we will be talking about children's vaccines maybe in a few weeks, in a few months. Under 30 years old, and up until very recently the number was 0, but it shows now from nh.gov, or the .gov website, that we have had 2 deaths under 30. It is widely known that almost everyone, statistically significant, has had not 1, not 2, but multiple comorbidities, or has already been somebody who is very sick, who has real health problems. Now, what is the average life expectancy in New Hampshire? Google says it is 79.4, give or take. We also, on this website, government data, have an 80+ category. 80+ accounts for 59.1% of deaths. Better than half, and up until a couple days ago, it was over 60%. And this 60 to 65 rough number has been consistent with both long-term care and age category since last year. If you can find some data from the previous years, those percentages have been very, very similar within a few percentage points. It's pretty much always been about 60% of people, whether we had 200 cases or 139,000. 60% of people are already over the average life expectancy. I have relatives who are over the average life expectancy. There are people, probably people in this room or in the legislature, who are also over the average life expectancy. But if you are beyond that point, what does that actually mean? Really, statistically, it means you are less likely to survive the day than you are from anything, COVID aside. Under 30, I didn't read you the percentage. Keep track, count on your fingers. 0.00015% of our deaths in this state in 18 months have been people under the age of 30, much less children. Should I go on? I'm going to finish with this, my own quote. It was said earlier about these great photographs and our forefathers and how the government is supposed to operate. Be a man and a person and a legislator and a leader that our forefathers would not have been ashamed to stand in a room with.
Thank you, David. Next up is Jay Islin. Jay.
Well, I wanted to ask, are you folks planning, are you certainly going to have 1 or 2 more of these hearings this week?
There'll be a second public information session or input session on Wednesday. Depending on who shows up, we'll either move into having a discussion about what we've heard, or we'll hear testimony from people that show up.
Okay, so if, say, only I showed up, you would have a second session?
We're going to have the second session no matter what. It just depends whether there's anybody there to speak.
Yep. Okay. Now, my second question is, would I be permitted to make a statement now on a certain aspect of this issue and then make a second one during that session?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to speak to the political aspect of this issue. You have just heard from David LaRue that there's an absurdity in the air. He didn't say that precisely himself, but you could feel it in what he was saying. That there is a sense of an intense Orwellian absurdity in the air around this issue. And it's because of the types of things that David was describing that are taking place everywhere, all around the globe. Now, why is this? While I'm on the subject of the globe, I might as well mention global financiers. And rather than this being this favorite kind of weaponized term, conspiracy theory, this is not a conspiracy theory. As, for example, Mr. Bill Gates is one of those financiers, big time. And Bill Gates has everything to do with this vaccination program, with the entire COVID deception that is taking place globally. And this is shameful. It is shameful that the United States would become a nation of censorship over an issue like this. What have we become? What have we become? George Orwell wrote his novels not as fantasy stories. Even the novel Animal Farm was not really a fantasy story at all. His novel 1984 was a precise manual for Stalinism. It was a precise, down to the detail description of how Stalinism works. And what do we see today over the COVID issue? But this is Stalinism. It's imported directly, partially, through the Red Chinese system. We see the Red Chinese, it's really the Red Chinese, what do you call it, social credit system that's being enacted. And we're seeing Red Chinese purges being enacted.
Excuse me, sir. I apologize for interrupting. Could I just have you just step up to the mic? Someone online just said they can't hear what you're saying because you're not near the mic.
This is actually a gigantic Red Chinese purge, and it's a Red Chinese style, I should say style, cultural revolution. What happened in the Red Chinese cultural revolution? But an entire legacy of history, an entire legacy of religions was totally demolished. We're seeing our culture of the United States being demolished just the same. And I would like to thank God himself that we're able to still have a setting here such as we see right now today, where citizens still can physically stand up and speak to folks like you on a committee. I thank God for this, because we are getting close. We are getting very close to the point where this will not even be something that takes place anymore. And okay, General Stark is the author. Yeah, okay, General Stark.
So, sir, they need you to speak into the microphone because the online people watching this remotely can't hear what you're saying.
Yeah, okay. I just assumed because of the very poor speaker system in this room that it would be better at a distance. Okay. General Stark is the author of the New Hampshire motto, which is live free or die. And many people don't know that General Stark also mentioned, when he said that there are things that are worse than death or sickness or that sort of thing. He mentioned that there are things that are much worse. And what we're seeing taking place as a result of this COVID global nonsense is something that is much worse than death. Our forefathers fought and died for the principles that are being absolutely trashed in the state of New Hampshire and in the United States of America. Trashed over a little bug that's supposed to get us all scared. And Benjamin Franklin is reputed to have said, it's not actually written down in his writings, but he's reputed to have said to a lot of his friends that those who would sacrifice, those who would trade away their God-given rights for the promise of safety, temporary, deserve neither and will receive neither liberty nor safety. They will end up with none of that. So General George Washington was mentioned. When he inoculated his troops, he was acting as a military officer, the highest military officer. In the military, people sacrifice their rights temporarily so that they may become a legitimate functioning engine that can protect their nation, so that their rights may be preserved, so that the rights of everybody else may be preserved. And so to compare his inoculation of troops seems rather inept to me. And then, what are mandates? Well, mandates are either fascism or they are direct decrees from someone who's put themselves up as a kind of a satrap, a kind of a regional dictator, or perhaps they're the President of the United States setting himself up in the same way. Or the mandates are being done through fascism. If you look at a dictionary and you find a really good definition of fascism, you'll find out that fascism is public-private partnerships. And in a public-private partnership kind of atmosphere, you can very easily use money in all kinds of a multitude of ways in order to have the money come down from above and to have strings attached that are like gigantic steel cables forcing the situation. And that's exactly what we see happening now. This is fascism. And for people who think that fascism is on the extreme right, nothing doing. The extreme left is government controlling everybody. The extreme right is those people who think that there shouldn't be any kind of government at all. So fascism may be a few tiny degrees to the right or maybe to the left of communism, but it certainly is not on the right of the political spectrum. So here we see what's going on, and it's really sad. It's really sad. And
Jay, you're going on 13 minutes, so if we could kind of wrap up.
Okay. We see fraud taking place, which is fraud and absolute absurdity. An example of the fraud that Fauci has committed is that he claimed that remdesivir, and this is ensconced in the very COVID protocol treatment that is still being used right now. Fauci is a fraud. He claimed that remdesivir was a highly successful treatment for Ebola, and therefore it should be used for COVID-19 disease. Well, the fact is that the study that he based that on, in that study, 51% of the people treated with remdesivir died. It was by far the largest percentage in that study of people who died. And of course, Ebola is a strong disease too, and I take that into consideration. But Fauci used that. It's a direct, flat-out, blunt, bald-faced lie that Fauci told in his COVID protocol, and that protocol is the very one that is being used right now, and it's being mandated. So we get it again back to the subject of mandates. What are mandates? I have a sign that I made that says mandates are lawless decrees, because that's exactly what they are. They have nothing constitutional behind them, and in fact, those who cooperate with this are violating the Constitution, the highest law of the land, both of the U.S. and New Hampshire. So that's about all I have to say for today. Thank you so much. Thank you, people, for giving real time. Thank you, God. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Next up is Kelly Potenza. Is Kelly here? For 5 minutes. Or less.
So I had the same question that he had, about Wednesday, because I wanted to actually hear what everybody said first before I spoke. So I'm actually going to speak on Wednesday, but I just would like to say one thing here about House Bill 220. And Tim, I know you know who I am because I've had many conversations with you about this. So when House Bill 220 was first, originally initiated, it actually had protections, right? So, I just want to read it because this is where it should have ended. Every person has the natural, essential, and inherent right to bodily integrity, free from any threat or compulsion by government to accept an immunization. End of story. There should have been nothing else added to this. And instead, we had legislatures that decided to take it on their own, to add conditions on there. And there's so much that I can unpack just with HB 220, because it's very similar in a sense to, let's say, the Biden mandate, right? So we have the Biden mandate where everyone, is gonna, all these businesses, over 100 employees, all of this stuff, right? They have to all get an injection, except for the people that work in the White House or the post office or whatever. In New Hampshire, we did the same, in a sense, right? Because this didn't protect any private individual. It didn't protect my rights or my job or anything like that. It didn't protect all of these healthcare workers that were heroes forever until, okay, we have a mandate now. But here in the state, it protects everybody that's in this building working in here. That gentleman, that dictator that's in the corner office, protects him, protects all state employees, doesn't protect any of these people that are probably sitting here right now. And that's why everything is all smoke and mirrors. And that's been the problem all along. People were championing. You along were championing this, Tim. You were championing this. And when you first put this out, it was fantastic. But it got gutted in the Senate. Not by the Democrats, by the people that we had the majority. And everybody needs to know that. The people that are supposed to be on the side of freedom, my freedoms, to protect my freedoms, right? Constitutional rights. That didn't happen. So I've got a lot more to say next time around, but I just wanted to, I don't think we should have to thank. We should be here all the time speaking about this. But to be honest, none of this should be even happening anyway. You have zero constitutional authority at all, based upon New Hampshire Constitution, to tell me what I can do or not do with my body. My body, by my choice, only applies to killing babies? Give me a break. I'm really done with all of this, but thanks for being here, and I hope you take it all with you.
Thank you, Kelly. Next up is Doris. Doris Kirch.
I am a born-again Christian, and when this whole thing started, the masking, I said, I've taken off my mask. I can't put another mask on. How do I explain God that would hang on the cross for our sins? A Father that would give his Son, who's pleading with us right now, and we're doing everything but opening that book and reading it. And I'm going to make this quick. If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. It's a sin virus. It's 100% deadly. Every one of us has it. I've got this one last thing I'll add, the clock. The clock of life is wound but once, and no man has the power to tell just when the hands will stop at late or early hour. To lose one's wealth is sad indeed. To lose one's health is more. To lose one's soul is such a loss that no one can restore. Our eternal souls are at stake. Choose this day. Who will you serve? Thank you, Lord.
Thank you. Desiree Lundington. We're coming down with the last. We have 7 more speakers, so winding down here. Go ahead, ma'am.
So I just want to speak from a personal perspective.
Step up to the mic a little. There you go.
I just want to speak about with my personal experience with the COVID, whatever you want to call it. I am personally someone who worked in a hospital setting, a part of DHMC, and I am the one of the few that David talked about that had a religious exemption for the flu vaccine for 4 years prior to COVID-19. I am also somebody who wore PPE multiple times and was told not to even wash it, not even to wipe it clean, to go into room to room to room to room using the same contaminated PPE. I worked in environmental services. There are regulations of properly labeling rooms so that we know how to clean them, that we know what PPE to put on to go in there to keep ourselves safe. Every day, I went to work. I stepped in a room that was a COVID-19 positive case that was not labeled properly. I have not gotten sick. I've not been tested because in my religious belief, I do not take unnecessary medical procedures. It is unnecessary for me to take a test if I'm not sick. I chose to be out of work for 10 days because I wouldn't be tested. That is the only time during this whole pandemic, if that's what you want to call it, that I was out of work. When this vaccine came out, at first, you didn't have to get it. They didn't care. But then they said everybody had to have it, but you can apply for a religious or medical exemption. So I did. I know my constitutional rights, and I was not going to fill out the outrageous forms that they put. I was not going to agree to wear extra PPE that I had almost passed out from wearing cleaning COVID-19 rooms. So I was denied my religious exemption because I would not adhere to their policy. I resigned. I wasn't fired. I resigned because I was one of 4 people at this hospital that could properly clean COVID-19 rooms or the operating room. I saw daily people who were vaccinated coming to work sick, coughing, fevers, shaking. No matter if this COVID thing wasn't even here, those people should not have been at work, seeing patients and treating patients. I saw this with my own eyes. I was there. And that's my testimony personally. I also have a daughter who is 13 that comes to a lot of events with me, so some of you might have seen her. She actually had a reaction to her MMR vaccine. I was told when she was, I think she was 5 or 6 at the time, I was told when I called because my daughter was limp, fever, so hot I could barely touch her, I felt like my hands were gonna burn. I thought my daughter was going to die in my arms. I was told by a nurse at the hospital that I could bring her into the emergency room, but there wasn't anything that they could do. So I decided to keep my daughter home because if she was gonna die, she was gonna die at home in my arms. That record has not even been put in her medical records. The hospital did not report that to VAERS or anywhere that she had that reaction to a vaccine. Also, with the same daughter, she has asthma. So it is very hard for her to do things with a mask on. She has been told, and I have emails that I can forward, but I don't have them on me because I didn't even know that I was going to speak today. That she would not be able to participate in gym class if she did not wear a mask. They would bench her from getting physical activity in school because she has a hard time breathing and doing physical activities with a mask on. This daughter, because she wants to see her friends and be social with her friends, puts a mask on her face when she goes to school. And when she comes home, you can tell that she hasn't had the proper oxygen. You can tell. She has allergies, and when she's active, which she only goes to school for 2 classes because we homeschool for the rest, her temperature rises. It's been told to me since she was, 3. The doctors have written many school nurses saying unless she has a fever over 100.5, not to worry about it. It's just how her body works. She recently had to be pulled out of her classes because she had a temperature of 99.6 after gym class. And because she has allergies and was upset that she was put in an isolation room, that's her words, an isolation room in the nurse's office. She was having a panic attack because she was put in this room all alone with nobody else. And nobody even called me to tell me. Nobody told me that she was put in this room. They said she had a sniffle and a fever, but nobody told me that she was isolated. So she was out of school for 10 days. And none of those 10 days was she given any of her schoolwork. How is that right? How is that okay for her to fall behind and have to make all that up because of something that most likely wasn't even COVID-19? again, we don't test, so we're not sure, but she wasn't sick. She was fine the next day. There is no exemptions, nothing for children at school for sports. So she won't be able to play basketball again this year, even though she wants to, because it's required to wear a mask inside, but not outside. And you can basically kiss your friend outside, but inside you have to socially distance and have a mask on. It doesn't make sense to me. Also, I wanted to say that I did work at a hospital, so there is vaccines that we had to have. We had to be immune to certain diseases. So when I started there, they couldn't find my hepatitis B vaccine. So I had to have my titers taken. Even though I had had my hepatitis B vaccine, all 3 doses as a child, I'm not immune to hepatitis B. So, what do vaccines really protect you from? Because they didn't protect me from hepatitis B. I'm not immune to hepatitis B. So why this whole push for vaccines that aren't even going to work, that natural immunity is most likely better? And I'll close with this, because what's coming here is exactly what's happening in China. I read just last week on the 2nd from the Wall Street Journal, because I lost my job, so I had to take a $5 pay cut, and now I work at a gas station, that China penned in 30,000 people in a park because of one COVID-19 case. One. That's what's coming here. If we don't stop it, and we stop it now, that's what's coming here. We will be penned in. If somebody here had COVID-19, we would all be stuck here if China comes here, if we let China come here. So please don't, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Desiree. Thank you. Next up is Claudine Burnham.
Hello, my name is Claudine Burnham, and I'm from Milton, New Hampshire. I wasn't prepared to speak, but after hearing a few things, I've been inspired. So I want to share you something that's very personal to me and my family, and maybe this might resonate. So as a mother of 4 daughters, I trusted my pediatricians and nurses. However, when I questioned them the need and the safety of the vaccines my babies received, they began to show me laminated pictures of sick, rashy, and even dead babies. They also told me that if I did not have my children immunized, my children could not return to the office. I felt belittled and bullied. I did what most mothers do, which was to listen to the doctors and continue with the scheduled immunizations. So as time went on, my oldest healthy daughter was diagnosed with scoliosis, which later led to uncomfortable bracing, endless doctor's appointments, x-rays, and eventually to a spinal fusion surgery, where she received 2 14-inch titanium rods and 19 screws screwed to her spine after a painful bone graft from her hip to cover her spine for bone regrowth needed to cover these rods. She underwent a 9-hour surgery where she also needed a blood transfusion as well. She was only 14 years old. All the specialists told me there were no reasons for scoliosis, no studies that can show why this happens. And they also said this wasn't proven to be genetic, which was very confusing because we didn't have this in either side of her family. Yet for some reason, 3 of my 4 daughters all suffer from scoliosis. So last year, being homebound due to the lockdown, I did some serious research and discovered the very few studies that have been done on scoliosis. But one study related to this spine disease has similarities to polio. However, due to the lack of funding, further studies were ended. As we heard this morning, children have received 72 vaccines. That's a minimum. Doesn't even include flu vaccines. As a child, I probably received 5, including polio. I'm not sure if any of these vaccines caused my daughter's scoliosis, but there does seem to lie some suspicion. What happens to the people's bodies through generational vaccines? Do we know? Are there any studies? I haven't found any. If we don't even know how the long-term safety and effectiveness of our current immunizations, how can we continue to mandate any experimental and approved vaccines? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Claudine. Shannon Gardner, I think it is.
How you doing? I'm going to be reading from my phone, and I'd just like to make the statement that the statement I'm making reflects only my personal beliefs, and it does not reflect that of my job currently. My name is Shannon Gardner, and I live in Epsom, New Hampshire. I've been a first responder all my life, and also live in a dual household of first responders, myself and my boyfriend. Pretty much my boyfriend and myself have driven every emergency vehicle equipped with red, white, and blue lights. I served several years in the military, and I also come from a family of nursing, police, and teachers. All my life, I have taken positions to defend the freedoms of others and will continue to do so today. The topic of patriotism was brought up before, and I think the true definition of patriotism is signing your life away in a dotted line for your country and not taking a vaccine. When I was younger, still in the military, I was going to Thailand to teach English, and I was told I needed a special vaccine. I got the Japanese encephalitis vaccine because I was told I had to get it or I couldn't go. I agreed and got the shot. As I stood up to walk away after rolling down my sleeve, I was told to sit down and wait. When I asked why I couldn't leave, I was told it was because the vaccine was new and my branch of the military still didn't know all of the full side effects. So they would have to monitor me for an additional 30 minutes to make sure I didn't have any immediate side effects. Now that I'm older, with additional education, additional life experience, and also out of the military, I don't want to be another test subject. I also refuse to see my 2 stepkids, 2 beautiful little girls, or any other child be the nation's guinea pig to an experimental vaccine or booster shot. Mandating vaccination for work or being forced to show proof of vaccination is medical tyranny. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Shannon. Elliot, no last name. I need a last name.
Morning.
Can I just get your last name?
Axelman, A-X-E-L-M-A-N.
Thank you.
My name's Elliot Axelman. I'm a critical care and flight certified paramedic. I've been in EMS since 2011, so that's about 10 years. Overall, the education, for whoever cares about education, it's for a paramedic and all the EMT and all that stuff is about roughly the same as a PA, a physician assistant. So it's a few years and like 600 hours of clinicals. I've worked in critical care transfers and 911 systems throughout New York and throughout New Hampshire now for the past few years. All of my experience and all the data that I've seen, because I've researched COVID, I actually worked in a COVID hospital last year in May of 2020. I worked for a few weeks in Atlanta in a hospital with just COVID patients for overflow from Grady Hospital. All my experience with COVID and the data and research of the statistics leads me to believe that the stats of cases, infectiousness, lethality, and just how dangerous it is in general have been exaggerated like nothing in history of existence. Depending on exactly the figures looking at, it might have been exaggerated by 100-fold, maybe 1,000-fold, maybe 10,000-fold. They inflated the statistics from the beginning in order to propagandize the entire pandemic, as we know now, and in order to pass millions of different forms of coronafascism, including in New Hampshire and throughout the world. They inflated statistics first by cycling the PCR tests 40, 45 times instead of 20, 25 times, which was the standard, and that might have caused, 99.9% false positives, maybe. So right there, we have maybe an inflation of 1,000,000-fold of statistics. They also bribed hospitals, as we know now, CMS, the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, the federal government that sets all the reimbursement rates, and they pay almost every person is a Medicaid or Medicare payer. Maybe 70, 80, 90% of patients in the United States have Medicaid or Medicare. So they control the rates as well, and they have most patients. They were reimbursing hospitals, I think, $9,000 or $13,000 per COVID admission and $37,000 per ventilator use if you listed COVID. So again, when you incentivize people with money, they're more likely to do it. It's very simple. That also might have inflated statistics by, again, who knows how much, 10, 50%, 100%, 1,000-fold, because they're giving them $37,000 per patient. But it gets even crazier, a lot crazier. They started saying, we don't even need tests anymore. There's something called pathognomonic in medicine. Pathognomonic means a symptom that is a rare symptom, and it's guaranteed 100% of certain disease. They made it seem like every symptom, from general symptoms like weakness, fever, rapid heart rate, slow heart rate, rapid breathing, slow breathing, tiredness, nausea, diarrhea, very common symptoms that everyone has from time to time. They essentially said, the CDC, that all of those symptoms, each of them is pathognomonic for COVID, meaning if someone has weakness or a headache or a rapid heart rate, we are 100% sure they have COVID. You don't even have to test them. Why waste a test? I'm 100% sure they have COVID. So if anyone in a hospital has a heart rate over 100, which in my opinion, maybe 99% of patients in the hospitals have a rapid heart rate at some point, we can say 100% sure it's COVID. Let's list it as COVID. Again, that inflated statistics by essentially calling everyone COVID. So right there we have statistics that could essentially say that every human in the hospital in the world has COVID because everyone in the hospital by definition has some symptom, right? It's a place with sick people. So right from the get-go, the statistics were off. And again, I trusted medicine. I'm a critical thinker, as you guys know me, but I also trusted medicine. I trusted the CDC. I trusted the FDA a lot more than the other folks in DC. But over the past 2 years, I've lost a lot of faith. And the CDC, FDA, Fauci have lost my faith by doing things that were anti-scientific. From a year or two ago, when they started denying for the first time in history that natural immunity from prior infection existed. When I heard Fauci tell Rand Paul and House and Senate repeatedly, natural immunity, that's not worth nothing. You need the vaccine. And I said, it's got to be worth something. If you have the infection, you have antibodies to it. That's how every virus and bacteria in the universe, that's how it works, I believe. So right away, I knew that we couldn't really trust them.
So let's stick to the policy and let's try not to assign blame to people, right?
Overall, with vaccines, I saw this was about what is considered a medical intervention. I would consider a vaccine a medical intervention. I don't think there's a lot of debate about that. I think it's important for everyone to remember, again, me as a medical provider who does things to patients very similar to what an ER doctor might do as far as emergency care. We deliver medications and advanced airways, and we run codes and all that. Every time I do an intervention for a patient, whether it's starting an IV and giving them fluid or a medication, or defibrillating them, or intubating them with the tube and putting them on a ventilator, before I do every single thing, I subconsciously or consciously calculate the risk and reward, and there's two things. There's what is the risk percentage, and how profound is that risk? Is it an 80% risk, and is the risk very profound? Is it death? Or is it a low risk and a low amount of, not a very bad side effect? And the same with the benefit. What's the chance of benefit? If I give an asthmatic albuterol, the benefit might be 80%, and the benefit is tremendous benefit because it can help them. With these vaccines, and the big takeaway is, overall, what's the benefit of the vaccine? That depends on how bad COVID is. Again, in all my experience, it's not a pandemic. There are millions of reasons why. The overall death rate, if you look at mortality, has not gone up. It's steady, 2018, 2019, 2020, 21. There's no significant increase, meaning people who may have died of flu or other causes, as someone mentioned, they were 80 years old, meaning they were, technically speaking, the most likely to die. Any insult would have killed them. It could have been a flu or a trip and fall, which we see a lot with elderly, or coronavirus. So if the overall excess mortality rate is not going up, then by definition, it's not necessarily a pandemic. Overall, what's the benefit of the vaccine? Again, we have a lot of people throughout the United States believing what they see on TV and from DC politicians saying everyone has to get the vaccine, it's going to save you, even though at the same time they're saying you can still get it and you can still transmit it even with the vaccine. The benefit is directly proportional, it's related to how bad COVID is. For instance, me, I'm 28, I'm in excellent shape, I'm a boxer, runner, powerlifter, a personal trainer, so I'm in decent shape. The risk of me getting COVID and dying from it is very, very small. I don't know, maybe 1 in a million, 1 in a billion, so that's that risk. Now let's compare it to the risk of the vaccine. I don't know what it is, but maybe not 1 in a million, maybe 1 in 1,000 of myocarditis. Kind of small, but kind of big, a lot bigger than COVID. What's the risk of infertility? I'm still trying to have my first baby, my wife and I. We're getting up there in age, we're just about 30, and if we are trying to have a baby and there's fertility issues which a lot of people have mentioned for a man and female, there's fertility issues for both with the vaccine. We don't know that yet because it hasn't been studied for that long. The one attending physician in the ER I go to said she's not sure, but she waited till she was totally done having kids and totally done nursing kids before getting the vaccine. So we just don't know. When Fauci and the DC politicians started saying, we believe pregnant women should get it based on this, and this is a quote, he said, we see no reason why it would have a negative effect on pregnancy, so just get it. That's not, again, that's not science. That's not really how it works. That's a few more thoughts here. Even if this were the greatest...
You're approaching 10 minutes, just to let you know.
Oh, wow. Sorry. I'll speed up. Even if this were the worst pandemic in history, like the bubonic plague multiplied by the Spanish flu, and it were killing 7 billion people in the world, and we mentioned the stats here, like 2 people under 30 have died in New Hampshire, a total of 1,000 or 1,500 have died. Even if it were killing billions of people a day, I still, as a voluntarist, I would not support any government mandate. Good ideas don't require force. If it were killing billions of people with a B, if everyone in the world died and I were the last person, still I wouldn't support, on principle, a government mandating what you put in your body. Once the government can mandate what you put in your body, you have no freedom left, and as a live or die state, then there's no point in really living anymore if you can't be free. I went over the VAERS statistics, and others have gone over that a lot, so we don't even have to. And of course, the hygiene hypothesis, the whole hypothesis of the more you're exposed to things, it could be good. We have tons of doctors on record, pediatricians, saying, maybe we're using too much bacterial soap and sanitizer. Maybe kids should actually be more exposed to these things. And again, speaking of kids, they are less vulnerable to COVID than they are the flu. I wrote a whole book about this, so I went over the stats. The flu kills more than COVID. So kids are more likely to get the flu and spread the flu and die of the flu than COVID. They're a little more safe with COVID. Now that COVID boxed out the flu, kids are literally safer now than they were 2 years ago. So we should not be masking kids and abusing kids by making them depressed and suicidal and on drugs and not be able to see their friends and not develop mentally because they can't see their faces. We should take the masks off. Masks, literally, scientifically, there's more reason to mask kids with flu than with COVID. In conclusion, because pretty much all corona-fascism has arisen from the government, and what the government can't do, and I think a lot of people know this now, the government can't mandate every single person get a vaccine, so they deputize private companies to do their dirty work, which is disgusting, and I think people are catching on. People are smarter than politicians give them credit for. My company, for instance, has been deputized, either on purpose or subconsciously, deputized by the government to implement these mandates, and then the government can say it's not them. In fact, the government can say we don't want to get involved in private business. Again, we've spoken to Sununu about this, and they have been involved in private business. Private businesses in New Hampshire, especially health, like I work in, have to obey millions of laws. I know there are a total of millions of regulations, so they are already essentially part of the government, so the government can and should protect us from the corona-fascism, from the mandates. And again, someone mentioned the exemption forms, and I will, Erica, I'll be emailing you a bunch of exemption forms. My company and a lot of other companies, it is 4 pages for religious or medical. They want you to prove that your religion is legitimate. Who's to say that? First Amendment, anyone? Prove it's legitimate and prove that you are a pious believer in religion. And it's really rigorous. And the medical one that I asked for is 4 pages. They say, have you ever gotten a vaccine before? What was it? Why did you get it? Tell me everything about the vaccine. Why did you get that, but you don't want to get this one? And it's 4 pages of tremendously unethical, private, HIPAA-violating medical history. That's extremely inappropriate. I'm sure it's illegal under numerous federal and state laws. So we'll look into that and, ridiculous medical exemption forms. So So the fact that that government, New Hampshire, and the feds are utilizing private businesses, they're deputizing them to do your dirty work, it's pretty disgusting. In conclusion, because pretty much everything is coming from the feds, either directly or indirectly via federal money, the grants, the coercion, the propaganda, we see the biggest propaganda campaign in history of existence. I'm asking every state representative to support full-on independence from the union. That is the only thing we can do to get away from Fauci and Biden. We can't ask them nicely or do petitions. We need full independence, so I'm asking you all to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot. Appreciate it. Guys, we're down to our last two speakers, or at least last two cards I have. So, and the two people have left. I've asked for a significant amount of time. I'm going to ask you to try to keep your comments to 10 minutes, where we've been trying to keep everybody at, not to exceed 10 minutes. And we'll have next up Howard Chase, if he's here. Is Howard here?
Hello, I'm Howard Chase. I'm a registered nurse. I have been for 47 years. I graduated from New Hampshire Hospital School of Nursing in 1974. I have a couple of points to make that are different. Is that better? Okay. First of all, this is all on mandates. The mandates were originally predicated under the thought that those who were not vaccinated were more likely to spread the vaccine, the COVID, which of course wasn't true. But anyway, that's what they said. The CDC said that, so it must be right. But I don't think anybody really believed that. If you look at the NIH website, they say that the COVID germ or virus lives on a hard surface for up to 3 hours. That means anybody can spread the virus, whether they're vaccinated or whether they're not vaccinated. The CDC stuck to that until July 27th of this year. On their website, if you go look at the cdc.gov website, they had information that they put out on the 27th, which stated, and they were only talking about the variants, but it really clearly applies to any virus, that a vaccinated person can spread the COVID virus. Now that was a break from their previous statements. This was on the 27th, as well as people who are not vaccinated. The only caveat they had was to say they think they can't do it as long, perhaps. But if it's 3 hours, it's 3 hours, and a person who has not been vaccinated would be 4 hours. Well, it doesn't make any sense. So a lot of employers have gone to the point of, instead of saying, oh, well, it's the unvaccinated, they say, well, the unvaccinated are more likely to be sick, so we'll just get rid of them. That's the latest thing. Oh, they're more sick. Well, the fact is that now, as we all know, the vaccinated are getting very sick with the variants. I have a person very close to me who is a nurse as well, got COVID. She was fully vaccinated. She went home to her husband, who was fully vaccinated. They were both very sick. Neither one could go to bed. They had to sit up in bed, or they had to lie on their stomach to breathe. They had a 12-year-old daughter who got a little sniffle. And we know that's the way it works. So the fact is, it's fraudulent, and we know it's fraudulent. So what should be done is that people who have been fired because of this should be given their jobs back. And they should be given back pay. I don't know there's any law that can take care of that, but the fact is this is what should happen. This is fraudulent. It's totally political. It has nothing to do with medicine. The next point I would like to talk about is autopsies. Now, unfortunately, and I don't know the reason, I've heard ideas why in the United States they just basically don't allow autopsies on people who have COVID. I could be wrong, but it's very difficult to find information on that. However, in other countries, it's very simple. In fact, in Canada, they have some really good studies on autopsies. By the way, I have links for all of this. I've sent emails to all 5 of you before I came here, just in case. I didn't have a printer, so I just sent you some emails. So it's there. All of the links to all of these things are there. Don't believe me. Whatever you do, don't believe me. Do your own research. Check it out. Make sure that, I mean, there's a lot of stuff on the internet that doesn't make any sense. Make sure you check out those links to find the actual truth. So in Canada, they researched the autopsies. They found, unlike what was originally thought, was that that little jab stayed in your arm and didn't go anywhere else. And then these protein spikes would create, your antibodies. And they wouldn't go anywhere. Well, in autopsy, they have found that these protein spikes go throughout the entire body and bloodstream and even pass through the blood-brain barrier. So what that means is you have little COVID spikes in your brain, in your ovaries, in your liver, in your kidneys, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that brings us to, well, some of the other people have mentioned that they know women who stopped ovulating after they had this. Well, maybe that's why. Can we prove it? No, because they're not going to do a study on it, because they don't want us to know that. So think about this. We're talking about vaccinating kids now. Do you really want your 5 or 6-year-old daughter to have that COVID spike in her ovary? Do you want grandchildren? Do you not care? Oh, it's better if she lives, it doesn't have children. Well, let's think about this. What are we doing to ourselves? We don't know. We won't know for 10 years because it's going to take that long for us to figure out what's happening to these kids. We know it's happening in adults. We know their ovaries are stopping to work. Sometimes they start up again. Again, there's not a lot of studies. I just know people who say this is what happened, like the people who previously testified. So how can we possibly consider, knowing, like everyone else testified, that these children aren't going to get sick anyway, but maybe we'll just sterilize them, or, maybe we'll have their kidney shut down. We know for a fact that there are a lot of younger people getting myocarditis and pericarditis, just like the doctor testified earlier. We know that's happening. And that's because those proteins are going to the heart and the pericardium sac around the heart. So why especially for young kids? Yeah, I'm old, I'm 70 years old, so what? I got, it's probably better because COVID would kill me, except I think I already got it, so that's another story. So, in summary,
2-minute warning.
Yeah. I guess I can cut it out there because you've heard enough statistics on who's dying, and there's been a lot of 12 to 17-year-olds who've been significantly affected, and that's in the statistics. So I don't need to tell you about that. I sent that to you in an email, so I'll cut off now so someone else can follow up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Howard. Appreciate it. Frank Staples. Again, Frank, try to keep it to 10 minutes.
I'll see what I can do. Try to be brief. Yeah, my name is Frank Staples, and I came here today even though my bail conditions say I have to stay 1,000 feet from the governor and the executive council. When I came in here, that officer said, "You're not supposed to be here, are you?" I said, "Is the governor here?" Hold on. This is all tied in, and you will hear. Don't stop me and tell me what to say. It's my minutes, my speech.
Frank?
Okay? Stop.
Frank?
I'm speaking now.
Okay.
You're wasting my time at this point.
Frank.
So stop.
Frank, I'm not wasting your time, but I will.
You are.
Sir.
So
Sir.
I'm going to continue on with my First Amendment rights. So I've exercised my First Amendment rights on this issue since day one of the lockdowns. I've been arrested 5 times, and I've been ticketed twice for my speech. And I will not stop, and you cannot stop me, okay? So this officer said you're not supposed to be here, and the governor is not here, so he said you're fine, the governor's not here. Now the governor's supposedly coming back, and that officer is out there going to bat for me, saying that I shouldn't be arrested if he does come back. And if he does come back, it's entrapment at this point, and I'm not worried about it. I will fight it in court, and I will win. So, we also need to have a second shift meeting, or hearing here, for the first shift workers, and or another one on the weekends to allow the people who I'm here to represent to speak their First Amendment expression on this issue. If you don't know your rights, you don't have any.
Frank.
Oh, hey, Frank. I am speaking.
And I'm the chairman. I'm going to ask you to do something. If you want to be heard.
You are going to figure it out at the end. Okay? I am getting to it.
Frank.
Let me get to my notes.
Frank, my comment is that people online can't hear you because you're screaming in the mic. If you want to be heard, put the mic back on the stand. Slow down.
Stop interrupting me and getting aggressive with me, because I have PTSD and head trauma, and when you get aggressive with me, I get aggressive, and I cannot control the volume of my voice. I am disabled.
I am not.
I cannot control the volume of my voice when I get excited, and you are exciting me and inciting me. Okay?
Frank,
so I'm going to continue on.
One more time. The people cannot understand what you're saying online because you're screaming into the microphone.
I'll back up a few
I'd
feet.
ask you to please just... I'm not trying to be rude and interrupt you. I'm just trying to make it so people can hear you. Your time is reset when I'm talking, so you're not losing any of your 10 minutes. So I just ask you to please speak clearly, speak to the policy and not the people.
I'm speaking clearly, and I'm trying to speak to the policy, but you keep interrupting me.
Thank you, sir.
Okay? How do you know that I know my rights? Because I successfully prosecuted this state in federal court for violating a prisoner. And now you guys want to experiment on prisoners with this vaccine? Because it is an experiment. I'll read this from FDA.gov. Overall risk-benefit conclusions. Let's see here. The number of participants in the current clinical development program is too small to detect any potential risks of myocarditis associated with vaccination. Long-term safety of COVID-19 vaccine in participants from 5 to 12 years of age will be studied in 5 post-authorization safety studies, including a 5-year follow-up to study and evaluate long-term sequelae of post-vaccination myocarditis, pericarditis. Anyone who gets this shot, I have friends who've gotten it and signed the waiver. If you've read the waiver, you will know that you are entering into an experiment. And this is 100% against Nuremberg Code and against the Constitution's state and federal.
Hey, Frank, I'm just going to say, and you're getting loud, and people again it's breaking up online. So people aren't.
I don't care about the people online. They can come here and speak with their feet like I am. Like I said, I can't control the volume of my voice when I get excited. I am pissed off. And this all ends when everybody else gets as pissed off. End of story. I don't care about the digital world. I show up.
You just asked
in
to make
person.
so people could hear.
I don't care.
I obviously understand that.
Stop. You're making me lose my train of thought. Governor Sununu's answer since day one has been the vaccine, the vaccine, the vaccine. But the vaccine, as we've heard, does not stop the spread. But the unvaccinated people that are at work that won't get it have to get testing. Why aren't we testing the vaccinated people as well? They should be tested if anybody is getting tested, because they'd be the asymptomatic spreaders. All right? So yeah, experimenting on prisoners. You guys now want to experiment on prisoners with this House Bill 220. The Department of Corrections may mandate medical treatment or immunization for inmates when a direct threat exists. What direct threat? I'm supposed to have been dead 10 times over by attending all these rallies and hugging people. It's all bogus, and you guys know it. It's all about money. Have you received Pfizer donations or any other donations from any of these vaccine companies? Because the governor has. Have you? Have you? Have you? That's the question. The Nazis called the Jews unclean and dirty, and they put them in camps and experimented on them too. Just like that $27 million in funding was going to go to putting me and others like me in FEMA camps, isolation and quarantine upon the orders of the federal government. And you're telling me that isn't strings attached and that's not abrogating our state constitutional rights? Give me a break. And here's a simile for you. Everybody talks about spreading COVID, spreading COVID, spreading COVID. COVID cannot be spread. COVID is a subset of symptoms like AIDS. AIDS cannot be spread. HIV is to AIDS as SARS-CoV-2 is to COVID. So if we're trying to stop anything, we should be trying to stop the spread of the virus SARS-CoV-2, which is what? A coronavirus. What is a coronavirus? A common cold. It's a common cold. And why is it novel? What does novel mean? Novel is something new. Whenever a virus mutates, it becomes a novel one. So every year, every flu virus is novel. Every new coronavirus is novel. It's nothing new, and it's not novel. It's just to say it's just the next evolution of this virus, which is completely natural, and the only way we're going to get herd immunity is if we let all these kids and all these healthy adults catch the thing and then build up their own natural immunity. So like I said, there's a strong chance that I'll be arrested when I leave here for exercising my First Amendment rights. But do you think I give one F? No, I don't. Because it's my right to be here and speak. And I will pay the $40 bail, and I'll get out in maybe an hour or two. It's not a big deal. And I will be back, and everybody else that was arrested at the Executive Council meeting, the other 8 people, do you know a nurse was arrested for saying amen? And then 3 or 4 other people in the room said amen as well at that Executive Council meeting, but only Nurse Therese was arrested. Why was that? Why were people singled out for exercising our First Amendment, which you obviously don't like very much? Do you? Who are you anyways, guy? Who are you? What's your name? So I can send you an email.
Sure. Representative Tim Lang.
Representative Tim Lang. Thank you, sir. So here I am today exercising my First Amendment rights like I have been getting arrested for throughout the entire pandemic, peacefully. And there's no threats that have been made. What happened to the AG's alleged investigation into threats made? Because we know where you live. Why do we know where you live? Because it's public record. We, the people, are to hold you, the government, our public servants, accountable to the Constitution. That's our job. Your job is to abide by the oath that you took. End of story. And if you take away our First Amendment rights, that's right, the second is going to come out. It's the only
Frank,
one that's going to be left.
You're drifting away from policy. We're here to talk about policy, medical
This is the
intervention,
policy.
immunization.
This is about taking away our freedoms in this state and in this country. Okay? All of this is connected. And if you can't see it, you're blind as a bat.
You have 1 more minute, sir.
I'm done.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak before the committee? Yes. Step right up and just... I might have called your name earlier. Were you Harley?
No, I'm Jan Smares. I spoke for myself earlier, but I put a card in to speak for Therese Grinnell.
You can't speak for somebody else. I will say that any emails that were sent in, and Therese did send an email in, was sent to the entire committee and sent to the record, so that it's included. Yes. So all of the emails that were sent in by anybody that were forwarded to me, I forwarded to the record. So it'll be printed out and put in the file and on record. Okay.
Okay.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak? Laura? Hold on, guys. We're gonna be reasonable here for everybody. David? Well, yeah, he spoke for himself and his son, just like you said you were speaking for you and your family, right? I recognize that and allow that to happen. That's a reasonable statement, so. Laura? Sure, I'll read the email if it's that big of an issue. Hold on, let me go find it.
Do you want me to just present it?
Like I said, I've included it in the record. Give me just 1 second. Let me pull it up here. As you can tell, I got a lot of emails on this topic. So I can find it. Well, it might be faster if you go ahead and read it, because I've got too many emails. Go ahead and come on. If you want to read Teresa's email, go ahead. It'll save me from reading, and I'll find it, though. No problem.
Yes, thank you. And I want to thank each one of you for providing this forum. This is from me. Because even though it is your duty, and for the House, it's the whole legislature's duty to hear the people, you're the ones who are here listening. So I just want to clarify that. So this is Therese. My name is Therese Grinnell. I'm a registered nurse for over 10 years, working with critically ill patients here in Concord. I appreciate having my statement read by a fellow patriot, as I have been prohibited from attending as a result of being charged with a disorderly conduct, as a result of being accused of saying amen at a previous public hearing. My questions to this committee are, number one, why are we allowing doctors to be bullied, told they will be fired via email by Concord Hospital if they prescribe ivermectin? Even though we now have an NIH government-published medical journal that states ivermectin is 86% effective in reducing COVID-19 symptoms. This medical journal has been emailed to Rep. Lang. Number two, why are doctors being told they cannot write a medical exemption for vaccine mandate for employment for a person who has already recovered from COVID-19 and lab tests reflect a higher level of antibodies than a fully vaccinated individual? Why should these individuals be forced to take a warp speed new vaccine with risk of adverse reactions or lose their job? Scientifically, it makes zero sense. Number three, how is it possible government overreach to ensure the workplace is not violating civil rights? Exemptions are being approved and denied with no consistent constitutional basis. Some employers approving all, some denying all, some approving and denying the same exact submissions. Since when do we allow discrimination, coercion, hostility, and harassment in the workplace typically at the hands of Human Resource Department. And number 4, we still do not have the FDA-approved vaccine in stock to administer. Truth is, if we as employees take vaccine today to keep our jobs, our health insurance policies no longer cover us, as most policies become null and void if the deceased has had any experimental pharmaceutical interventions. Number 5, how is it that right to try is being denied to families here in New Hampshire? A YouTube video was sent to me by a medical director at Dartmouth, and at 3:02, 3 minutes 2 seconds, the administration speaks to the fact that only their protocols are to be followed. Families' requests are to be dismissed. I have emailed that video to Rep. Lang. Why would we ever allow this to be okay? What if this was your loved one? In closing, the risk of contacting COVID-19 in the next 12 months on historic numbers is 3% with a 99.8% survival rate, that is without proven treatments that are safe and affordable, yet being denied to the public. This warp speed manufactured injection is lasting on average 6 months with a risk of adverse reactions such as heart conditions, blood clotting, neurological, and even death. More now than all other vaccines combined, as documented in VAERS. It is interesting that most of the population who was vaccinated early on or over 6 months ago should now be considered unvaccinated, yet they are given privileges to work. Mandating the vaccine is like telling someone else to wear a jacket because you are cold. You can still contract and transmit, and we have done a horrible job educating the general public of such, which has also led to hospitalizations and death. When will we realize there are several things here that are just not okay? We have destroyed so many lives by not treating on an initial positive result. We have are destroying livelihoods, communities are divided, schools are a mess, hospitals are insanely short-staffed, nursing homes are hell on earth with frail individuals who are fully vaccinated having outbreaks, and agency staff filling in with no clue about the patient. I am an RN, a foster mom, and have put everything on the line to do what is right. I beg you to do the same. Lives are being lost right here, right now, because of horrible health policies. You cannot leave here today and say you did not know. You know. It's time to start saving lives and saving New Hampshire. Therese Grinnell, one of the New Hampshire Noble Nine, arrested on 10/13 for participating in the political process.
Thank you. All right. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to the committee? All right. So for the committee, I think what we'll be doing next is we'll take up Wednesday. We'll come in the morning. If there's anybody here that wishes to testify, we'll allow testimony, and then we'll go immediately into a work session to talk about what a committee report might look like and what the next actions will be. My goal was to wrap it up by Friday the 12th, if we can get our answers from DHHS and the Medical Society that we put forward to them in taking that. So does that sound okay to the committee as it looks right now? So again, I think that'll be the general idea where we're heading. We have to the end of the month, but I'd like to wrap this up as soon as we can because I know people have holidays coming up and those kind of things. So we want to make sure we get all the information we can and then generate our report from there. So if there's nothing else come forward to committee, we are adjourned.